He's got his RX-7 up there. There's a bunch of VIP guests that have brought cars that you may know from social media and YouTube. So get all around, and we'll be talking throughout the day. But in the meantime, let's just listen to a bit more music, and then we'll get underway with the racing. All right, and we can see our first pair of cars up for drag racing here. The Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions with Clay World. The Focus ST out there. Killer front drive burnout, but Psycho FG Falcons down there from Blakehurst Auto Repairs. Looks like a pretty serious bit of kit down here. Barra powered, of course. Sounds like it's got a decent, pretty healthy turbo on it. The radials, let's see what he can do for his first pass. The Focus not getting away from the line. Nice, easy launch, but the gate is cracked on Psycho. 1960 foot. There's plenty to happen there. Plenty to work out. But, yeah, just taking it easy on the brakes early. Bit of a feel-out pass there. Bit of a shakedown. I think it may be the first time Psycho's been out here, but I'm not 100% sure. Someone can correct me. Unfortunately, the ST not liking the grip on the Sydney Dragway surface down there. It's obviously had a bit of a drama, maybe a drive shaft or something like that. It's a bit of a shame. So, track crew and passenger giving a hand to push him back. These things happen, unfortunately. So it's something to keep in mind if you've never been to Sydney Dragway, if you've never raced your car on a prepped surface. The track is certainly a lot grippier than your average street. So sometimes maybe if you're on a private road, shall we say, and you want to launch your car, you might sidestep the clutch or let go of the trans brake or jump off the brake, whatever it is that you've got to do in your car, and you'll have a little bit of loss of traction. That's pretty unlikely out here, especially if you've got grippy tyres on. Also, if your car is very low, with the amount of grip that's on the track, on the surface, you can have a lot of axle tramp, which can make components' life very hard. So if you are out here racing today and you're in the burnout box and you drive out of the burnout, or if you come off the line and you've got a lot of axle tramp, just back right off. Try not to drive out of it because it'll make your drive shafts just hate each other. All right, great pass there. We've got the 33 in the rocket lane. It's crossed through for a 992 at 143 mile per hour. That's a great way to start your Sunday morning. And the Barra FG Falcon 1161 in the Aeroflow lane. That Weapon 33, I think the plate was on that grey 33 Sky, was yeah, a bit of an animal. Did not expect it. Good to see. Bit of a contrast coming up for the next pairing. We've got what looks like, I believe that's a VT Calais, VT Commodore down there, and another R33 GTST by the looks of things. pretty good stance. A small cleanup just in the aeroflow lane, so we'll be getting the next pass through in just a minute. All right, so we're just going to clean up this little patch that might have been left by the that Focus, unfortunately, that's had a bit of a breakage there. So track crew is going to work at just getting all of that off the surface. It's very important that safety is our #1 priority here at Sydney Dragway, but we want to go fast too. And slippy stuff on the track, not ideal. But while you're here, we've got Clay World going on Sunday. Plenty to do and see. There's also quite a few food vendors that we've got here at the track as well. If you're looking for coffee, milkshakes or donuts, Go Nuts for Donuts is up at the top there, at the top of the stairs, just behind the bar area, behind the grandstand. We've got Istanbul Gozlemi, we've got Mad for Chicken, Gassed Pizza, and of course the cafe down in the pits area. So plenty of options out there today. I haven't seen anyone else. There's probably an ice cream van down the back. I think it's going to be warm today, so that might not be a bad option. But you can get around, check out all the VIP cars. Looks like the track is clear, and we're ready to fire everyone up. Bit of a healthy limiter bash from the Commodore there, as we would expect. But Commodore Aeroflow Lane, R33 Skyline, Rocket Lane coming up into stage. Now, if you've never been to a Sunday street meet or a Wednesday night street meet, I'll just briefly explain how the racing works. So you've got two cars at the line. The green light is going to come on at the same time. We're not actually racing against each other necessarily. So when the green light goes, you don't have to leave. It's not going to make a difference, you know, if you're faster than the other guy on the leave. It doesn't really matter. So basically, how this is going to run, looks like the Skyline has had a bit of an issue, is backing out. The Commodore's going to run by itself. So that Commodore's going to edge forward basically until the top white light comes on. That's your pre-stage beam. Then he's going to bring on the full stage beam, which is the second white light. The orange lights are going to drop, and then the green light is green for go, just like your regular traffic light. So he's going to scream on down past there. He's going through half track now, the 8th mile. It's hard in the limiter at the big end of the track there. Bit of smoke on the back end, so not ideal. But he crosses through for a 12.25 at 89 mile per hour. So certainly didn't want to shift maybe out of second or third by the looks of things. We'll just check to make sure that the track is clear, because it did have a bit of smoke coming out of that car as it went down the track there. I love this pairing though, EG Civic in the Aeroflow lane, but check out the Suzuki Cappuccino, all dressed up like the classic Viper. Looks down there as well. That's unreal. Yeah, that's right, Benny. It's a Viper that forgot the steroids. So it's awesome little car. I believe that's the guys from Barrel Bros, Wheel Repairs, that own that. So just going to check this out. And, you know, you might see an EG Civic and you go, it's just a little Civic. But, like, almost every one of them's got a K-swap in it these days. So, you know, no carby D16 present in a lot of these things anymore. You've got an absolute animal of a K-swap in most of them. So let's see what these two JDM icons can bring out. Yeah. Pretty safe to say there's some Turbo K action going on in that EG Civic down there. It gets away for a 1.660 foot, which is pretty impressive considering front wheel drive, and it had a bit of wheel tramp. A 1018 at 145 mile per hour. Plenty of boost on board with that. Sean Rizzico I can see down there. 1713 at 78 miles per hour for the Cappuccino as well, which is not slow considering that came out with a 660cc 3-cylinder. So that's about as fast as, let's say, what, 17? 17's a pretty healthy, naturally aspirated BA Falcon. So it's in the ballpark with a tiny amount of engine, the cappuccino. All right, so just checking everything's clear. We've cleared the braking area down the end there. We've got VF Ute in the aeroflow lane versus the FG Falcon in the rocket lane. This looks like it's actually going to be a pretty close race. FG looks like it might have the legs. It's across the 8th mile. It's going to be pretty neck and neck all the way down there. 14.950 to a 15.07. Not certainly not the fastest cars we've ever had down the strip, but close racing, which is what's important at the end of the day. All right, pair of FG Falcons. We've got the FG Ute in the aeroflow lane, F6 in the rocket lane. Let's see, some Barra action, but definitely turbo in one lane. I'm not sure if the Ute's turbo. Looks like it's got a bit of an exhaust on it, so it probably is. F6 sedan gets away cleanly. Looks like it's going to sub 2 seconds, 60 foot, which is pretty decent for a big heavy street car. 11.94 at 120 mile per hour to a 14.11 at 93 for the Ute. Right, this Holden Kingswood in the aeroflow lane, Pro 186. It's got the Holden 6-cylinder on board. I believe a healthy dose of nitrous as well. It's good to hear. But this BF or BA Falcon in the rocket lane sounded pretty healthy as well. Plenty of gate happening there. Both in full stage. Nice launch out of the Holden. Tagged the limiter by the looks of things. The Falcon is going to make the horsepower and round him up at the big end. Got 11.67, 139 mile per hour, a lot more in that car. 12.91 at 105 for the Holden. I believe the engine that Holden came out with from the factory had about 95 horsepower originally, so probably yeah, that was probably on a good day. So yeah, to run at 12 is not bad. Not bad. All right, another Focus Huff here, XR5 this time, and BA Falcon. I'm seeing a lot of Falcons today, a lot of Barra action. All right, nice launch from the XR5. There's definitely some mods on board with that one, a 1.9, 60 foot. Certainly no stranger to the track down here. Looks like Mark Arblaster, Arby's out in Poor 440, the Valiant. LS Turbo combination. This thing's done plenty of miles down the strip, so good to see him out. Probably a new combination on board. Yeah, also known for his other more, I don't know, would you say the more showy drag car, War 440. It was a big Pro Charged combination previously. Arby bumps it in. He's up on the two-step. That LS is about to sing. But, oh, it bombs the tyres a little bit. Let's see if he runs it out the back door nonetheless. Yeah, just a bit of a pull to make sure that everything's doing what it's supposed to. But maybe a little much in the leave on that one. That's going to be a car to watch later on today. The Ute in the rocket lane, not healthy either, but is going to make its way on through the track. Okay, late model Euro versus early Australian muscle out there. We've got the BMW M4 by the looks of things in the aeroflow lane. The HQ GTS two-door in the rocket lane. HQ's on the light. Lifts the passenger side wheel off the launch, a 149, 60 foot. He's going to lead the whole way down. BMW cannot catch him. That's a 10.58 at 126 mile per hour for the Holden. 12.63 at 105 for the M4. Certainly wouldn't be Sydney Dragway without plenty of Holdens showing up. Always happy to see some early and late model Aussie muscle here. Yeah, plenty of fuel on board with the Holden in the rocket lane there, but he's getting out and he's going to show the way home for the Grange, I think it is, in the aeroflow lane. It's a VY Ute versus VF SS sedan on this pairing. Quite an interesting number plate on the Ute down there. Benny, I don't know if you've seen that one, but please be 18. All right, deep stage for the Ute in the aeroflow lane. Gonna get away, a bit of wheel spin there. It's a manual, so it's always a little bit of a disadvantage when it comes to drag racing. The auto is usually a little bit quicker. This is going to be a pretty close pass at the end of the run. 13.8 for the VF, 13.61 for the VY. So nice, nice bit of parity there. Manual versus auto, later model, earlier model. Here's a bit more early versus late. HG Holden, beautiful looking car in the rocket lane there. And then the VZ Monaro CV8Z down there in the aeroflow lane. A few mods on board. Let's see if modern or classic can get to the stripe first. Actually, that's a good point that you're making there, Benny. If you are in a late model car here at Sydney Dragway and you're about to make a pass, don't forget to turn your stability control or your traction control system off. If you do get a little bit of wheel spin, especially obviously when you're doing a burnout, if you do get a bit of wheel spin, then that traction control system is going to shut everything down on you. You're going to think there's something wrong or it's not going to do what you want it to do. Same with when you make a launch. So I was just distracted by that enthusiastic burnout from the Falcon wagon down there. How good's the long roof? Nice bit of classic metal down there on the track at the moment. But yeah, turn your traction control off, or your stability control, your DSC, or whatever it is that your button says in your late model car. Turn that off. We don't need it where we're going here. It's just going to slow you down. All right, bit of wheel spin. Plenty of fuel in the Falcon. Both healthy cars down there. Another close race. 11.40 to an 11.55, both in the 120 mile per hour range. That'll be a good pair to see throughout the day. All right, we've got Sly VF, the Ute in the aeroflow lane. G's in the rocket lane. Another VF Ute. It's got a big radial on the back, but wasn't real happy in the burnout box there, so let's see if he can't get a clean pass. Sly VF we've seen before, I'm pretty sure. It's no slouch. Yeah. Bit of a traction battle for both cars there. Okay, geez, 11.33 to an 11.34, 125 mile per hour. Line those guys up again. We want to see them race all day too. All right. Plenty of boost on board here with VE PSI. Beautiful looking custom paint job down there on the VE Senator, I'm going to say. And very understated white FG Falcon down there, which always has to make you question what's under the hood. Hey guys, I'm going to put a bit of a disclaimer out. If I get the model wrong, I'm only seeing the car from behind. I can only see the back of it. I can pick the tail lights, but sometimes I might not get the specifics quite right. VE PSI is out of here in the back half of the track. A 10.62 at 145 mile per hour. That is a quick car. The Falcon crossing at 14.89 at 93 mile per hour. Another crowd favourite and familiar face to the track. Mark from PSC Racing down there in Toirana. the green Tirana. It's got a big LS turbo combination on board. It's been out here entertaining everyone with a few wheel stands lately, so let's see if Mark can't keep the nose down and get a clean pass on this one. You can see there's a chute on the back. The car is caged up. This is a teched car, so he can run basically as fast as his car is teched to go. We've got the big long wheelbase HSV in the aeroflow lane as well. You can hear Mark bringing the turbo up onto boost, onto two-step. There it goes, little lift of the wheels, chirps the tyres, but he's back into it to run this thing out the back door. Still a 138 60 foot with a pedal. So 886 at 160 mile per hour with probably two pedals, to be honest, for Mark in the Tirana. There's a 1446 for the big HSV in the aeroflow lane. Back to a couple of classics here, Ford versus Holden. Get XD Falcon in the aeroflow lane, and I'm going to get it wrong. HR Ute in the rocket lane. It's definitely going to be wrong. Parker's in the grill, not sure. Cherry on the tree for the Falcon, so he's jumped the light. Doesn't matter. We're not in competition today, so no big deal. 11:38 or 130 mile per hour for the Ute in the rocket lane. I'll tell you what, this will be an interesting match. We've got the little Toyota, little Hilux Ute down there from memory. I don't know the gentleman's name, but it's got the big gem sticker on the back. I'm pretty sure that's a 3RZ powered Hilux down there. Plenty of boost on board. This is a quick little Ute. And then we've got the classic, the American muscle Camaro in the rocket lane. Nitrous on board with that Camaro. So let's see. I reckon the Camaro is going to get the tree, but this Hilux is going to be not shy of mile per hour at the big end. Let's have a look. Clean launch for the Camaro. The Hilux is fighting for traction, but here comes that boosted 3RZ power. Let's see what sort of mile per hour. Nope. Missed a shift maybe on the way down there. 11:13 at 123 mile per hour for the Camaro. 3RZ is going to make his way on through. Certainly no shortage of familiar faces down here for drag racing today. Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions, Sydney Dragway with Clay World on board. This S13 we've seen plenty of times, and the LSA, I think that's Khalil, the LSA GTSR. Nice clean launch, 139.60 for the big VF. He's going to lead the way all the way through the stripe there at 926 at 150 mile per hour. Really, really nice pass for the GTS. A 1061 at 138 for the S13 in the lane. Here's a couple of fan favourites as well. The Osmond Racing crew. We've got the GTIR and we've got the Evo 3. Big launch from the Evo 3. He's going to fight that power as it goes on the way down the track. GTIR, it's the first time here at Sydney Dragway for the GTIR, so let's see. That is a huge jump towards the centre line as the car makes power. So maybe a little bit of alignment, maybe a little bit of power delivery to figure out on that one. But those guys will be back all day. It was a 9:08 at 134 for the Evo, so a big lift on that pass. Going to get into a couple of bikes here now. Something a little bit different. Not a lot of bikes here so far for this Sunday. We might see a few more street bikes turn up later in the day. We've seen some quick cars so far, but don't sleep on the bikes if you've never watched drag bikes before. These things absolutely fly. No seat belts out there. Just a lot of courage. 136 60 foot for the Revo and the Rocket Lane, a 1.5 for the Hayabusa. 918 at 138 to a 931 at 148 mile per hour. So almost 150 miles per hour for that Busa, and that's turned down. Yeah, that's right. The biggest issue that a lot of the mod bikes and extreme bike guys are going to struggle with today with the street prep is the amount of traction that they've got. So a lot of these guys you will see here at track championships or National Drag Racing Championship, and we obviously prep the track a little bit differently for those. Red light for the Aeroflow lane, but nonetheless it's going to make a full pass. Doesn't matter today, there's no competition. As you can see, it'll just cruise on through for a 956 at 144 mile per hour to an 1147 at 116 mile per hour. Looks like we've got a solo pass here. I'm going to say that's a Suzuki GSX 1000 maybe, not an R. It's the naked version, still a leader bike. So let's just go back through the process. So as the vehicle comes up towards the tree, you've got the top white lights, that's pre-stage. Then you've got the second white light, that's full stage. Don't want to break that one just yet. Once those lights are on, the orange light drops. And then once the green comes up, that's when you're clear to go. Now, the goal generally with drag racing is to get as close to that green light as possible. So a lot of people will basically count on the last amber going out, and that's when you want to launch. At a street meet, it's not necessarily heads-up racing, so you don't have to beat the person off the light in the other lane. But if you're here just to have some fun, you're doing some testing, some tuning, then just wait until the green light comes on, and then get the car going from there. Like that'll be the last pass for the bikes on this one. We've got the Rocket Lane goes through for a 1060, 139 mile per hour, at 1228 at 108 mile per hour in the Aeroflow lane. Nice, bit more JDM action down here. We've got new A90 Supra. Looks like may have a passenger on board as well, so that's a great feature here at Sydney Dragway. You can go and get a passenger wristband. We've got the S14 in the Rocket Lane, also carrying a passenger as well. Why not? What else would you want to do on a Sunday? Come down to Sydney Dragway, go for a ride. Yeah, maybe go for a ride on your bike, Benny, instead of work here. I get you. We rode into work today, so it's all right. Yeah, the ride will be after. That's it. A90 Supra getting away at 2.0, 60 foot to a 2.5 with the S14. Supra is going to lead the way down there at 1180 at 123 mile per hour, 1391 at 109 for the S14. All right. Okay, another S14 in the Aeroflow lane this time, and the breeze-coloured FG Falcon in the Rocket Lane. Taking their time, getting away, which is fine. Yeah, big clutch dump for the S14 there off the line. Let's see. All right, so Falcon goes through from 1195 at 121 mile per hour. The S14 is a 1430 at 103 mile per hour. All right, we've got this nice R33 back out here in the Rocket Lane. See, had a bit of an issue last time. Let's see if we can't make a pass that's a bit more representative of the car. And then Lagan FG XR6 Turbo down there, pretty healthy burnout. It's got a radial tyre on the back, so you know he's serious. Lag, yeah. That's it. Let's hope he can get it away cleanly. Yeah, Lagan moves away pretty cleanly. 187, 60 foot. 33, no, not quite right there. 1077 at 133 for the Falcon. The Aeroflow lane at 1431 at 101. Pretty stout burnout from the S15 down there. The number plate's a bit of a giveaway, Silpra. I'd say it's pretty safe to say it's got a 2J under the bonnet in that S15. Let's see if the Baby Viper, the Suzuki Cappuccino, can... we've got him on the light. The Cappuccino's away. Oh, Silpra, not real happy. Maybe tripped an engine limiter or something like that in the burnout, perhaps. It seems like it's still under power, but yeah, not ideal. If you do have an issue with your car, guys, when you are racing as well, just remember, if it's not, if there's been a breakage, if you've heard a nasty noise, just pull right over to the left or the right, depending on which lane you're in. But just try to help the track crew and the rest of the racers by staying off the center line of the racing surface, just in case your car's dropping some coolant or oil or something like that. If something's not quite right, just jump over to the side. Basically, closer to the wall is the best position for you. All right, so yeah, might have been a breakage here for the S15. Maybe a drive shaft, maybe a clutch, diff, something like that. Doesn't look like it wants to make its way down to the end of the track, so we'll pause for a minute and we'll recover that car, and then we'll get back underway with racing. In the meantime, guys, go and check out all the VIP guests, the show and shine, the traders that are up there. We've got cars from Japan up the top. Plenty of cool cars to check out there. We've got the Con Crew merchandise for sale up behind the grandstand. We've got plenty of food vendors. There's a lot going on down in the pits as well, so check that out. This won't take too long. We'll only be a few minutes and we'll be back underway racing again. But if you do need to stretch your legs, or you want to go and grab a drink or a coffee or something and check out what's going on, have a wander around. There's plenty happening here today with Clay World at Sydney Dragway for Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions. All right, so we've got the S15 off, and it looks like we're just about ready to go racing again. Track crew just making sure that the early exit gate down there is locked back up, and we're all safe and ready to go. Car is clear. I think I can see Sean Dartnell down there in the little I-30. Now, you might wonder, is that a race car? Well, it is, because Sean often competes in Street Fighter class here at the Track Championships, and he's pretty well Johnny on the spot with his reaction time. But, we've got Psycho is in full stage, the big FG F6. Let's see if he can get up on two-step, make a good pass. Comes out cleanly at 154, 60 foot, be better than the last pass. He's going to run it all the way through the 8th mile, thereabouts. Maybe got off it around the 8th mile mark. He's going to cross for a 10:39 at 74 mile per hour. So certainly on the brakes early there. Showing 16.97 at 80 miles per hour for the I-30. Getting some practice for the next track championship. All right, we've got Arby back out in the big valve. Poor 440. And then, is that an N15 Triple S Pulsar down there? I think it might be. I'm going to tell an old man story. When I was young, when I was in high school, everyone wanted a Triple S. It was either Triple S with the SR20 or it was a Civic VTIR with the B16. That was the front drive wannabes. All right, you can hear Arby's on the trans brake. He's going to bump that big Valiant in, build boost. Let's see, clean off the mark. There's a 1.660 foot. He's going to run that all the way through the 8th mile, definitely. He has to steer it a little bit. I'd say he's backed off a little bit out there. 10.69 at 82 mile per hour. I reckon he was on the gas until maybe just after the 8th mile mark. So, good bit of data for Arby there. 17.46 at 83 mile per hour for the Triple S in the Rocket Lane. Healthy burnout from the R31 four-door down there. Let's see, he's got a little bit more power than just the stock RB30E, I reckon. Good to go, yeah. Good reminder, guys. Just make sure all your doors and bonnets and boots are all closed properly before you pull up to the line. And windows. Windows need to be up. Sunroof's closed. Absolutely. Yeah, I've actually experienced a sunroof come out of a car pen, believe it or not. All right, so just watch that R31 head on down the track there. It's going to cross from 11.27 at 92 mile per hour, so there's definitely a bit more in that car later on today. 14.99 with an 8 at 93 mile per hour for the VF Ute. Yeah, I wasn't going that fast when my sunroof came out, but it still wasn't exactly exciting. That's it. All right. Plenty of turbo action going on down there. We've got the BF Falcon in the Rocket Lane. He's going to move on for a 11.50 at 138 mile per hour. There's a lot more in that car. There's certainly a 10-second pass in that car, but it's all in the 60 foot. So general rule of thumb when it comes to drag racing, when you've got your ETs and you're improving your time, a tenth that you make at the 60 foot, which is, if you're looking at the drag racing strip, you can see the Christmas tree there with the lights on it, and then there's a yellow block just past the Christmas tree. That's the 60 foot marker. So that's basically where we're judging your launch from. So how good your launch is. Every tenth that you make at the 60 foot equals 2 tenths at the 1320 foot mark, or the quarter mile mark, the end of the track. So every little bit that you can improve your 60 foot, your overall ET is going to improve by quite a margin. So that's why it's always important to try and get the car away cleanly off the line, and you'll be surprised at how much faster you go. So nice launch there, 1.93 60 foot from the Supra in the Rocket Lane. 2.7 for the Falcon because he was turning his tyres as he came off the line. So 13.55 at 117 miles per hour to an 11.95 at 119 mile per hour. So big difference there. All right, S14 in the aeroflow lane. It's got the 360 cam on. The old Holden Ute in the Rocket Lane as well. Let's see if you can make a clean pass. S14, not too bad. Looks a little fuely out of the pipe down there, but that's okay. Making good progress. The Ute doesn't seem super happy still, unfortunately. 13.35 at 106 for the S14. Ute's going to cross down there in just a second. 25.52 at 44 mile per hour. Maybe the Holden Ute's still got the original engine in it. Probably, that's actually probably quite interesting because we've got Pro 186s up next in the Rocket Lane. That's got a very, very spicy Holden 6-cylinder in it. what you're probably seeing here is the difference between a heavily modified 186 and an original one. So 25 was the ET, 25.5 at 44 mile per hour was the ET for the Holden Ute down there, which I'm only assuming is a stock engine or it's got a bit of an issue. Let's have a look and see the difference when you've got some modern technology, some high performance mods in that same classic engine. And the M4 BMW's back out again in the aeroflow lane. Bit of a difference there with the Holden 6-cylinder powered. Yeah, 1266 at 106 mile per hour, 1549 at 89 mile per hour for that BMW. Small improvement there from the BA Falcon in the rocket lane. Dropped the 60 a little bit, 1166 at 126 mile per hour. The FG is going to cross through for a 2165 at 63 mile per hour, so definitely got out of the gas on that one. Okay, next pairing. Some more Falcons down here. Looks like BA in the aeroflow lane and BF in the rocket lane. Boost on board for the aeroflow lane, and I dare say with that burnout, maybe a NA to turbo conversion in the rocket lane. Quite a bit of Fords here today, Benny, don't you think? Late model Fords, quite a few Fords compared to what we normally see, I reckon. Nice launch from the BA in the aeroflow lane, 188, but a 168 60 foot for the BF in the rocket lane. 1076 at 132 to a 1080 at 129 mile per hour in the rocket lane. So a couple of surprise packages there, I think. You can never sleep on a barra powered Falcon now, because you just don't know how much power it's got. Could be stock, could be 1,000 horsepower. All right, back to the JDM combination here. I can see a R33 Series 2, if I'm not mistaken, GTST in the aeroflow lane, and S15 local production as well. I think that's a OzDM spec S15 down there. S15 gets away first, 33 a little quicker in the 60 foot. Looks like he's going to make some power, but I don't think he's going to catch the S15. Alright, it's a 14.02 at 120 mile per hour to a 12.42 at 124 mile per hour. So definitely some improvements can be had for both cars there. Next pairing. Alright, we've got Nanu down here with the Gambin Builds FG Falcon. Big fat radial on the back. This thing sounded super tough when I saw it coming through the staging lanes earlier today. I've got nice R33 in the aeroflow lane as well. Both cars in full stage. And get them up on the brake. Both building boost. Big clutch dump for the 33. The FG is away 178, 60 foot. Let's see if it's just a half-track pass to feel the car out. Certainly is. That's the first one for the day. More to come for that one. No stranger to a skid. Fry 22s from ESP Racing, the orange BA Ute down there. Plenty of footage of that car doing some skids here at Sydney Dragway, Summer Nats, various other car events. So it makes plenty of horsepower. Let's see if he can't put a time to back it up. He's building the boost. Yeah, a bit of a traction struggle there coming off the line, but it's going to be chasing that XR5 Focus down. But I think the Focus might hold him out, actually. Really nice pass. 11.84 with a 9 at 126 mile per hour for the Focus. That is a quick XR5. 12.26.94 for Fry 22s. Down there, certainly backed off. Speaking of healthy burnouts, the beautiful Holden two-door back up to the line. I think this big long wheelbase Grange, if I'm not mistaken, had maybe a little bit of an issue last pass, so let's see if we can't get a cleaner run. HQ's out with a nice 155 60 foot. 196 for the big girl in the aeroflow lane is not a bad 60 foot either. HQ's going to cross down there at a 1065 with a 3 at 126 mile per hour. 1290 at 108 mile per hour for the Grange. Check out this Falcon wagon in the Rocket Lane. What a killer looking car. Two-door, long roof, plenty of power, nice set of welds on it. That's super clean. I don't care if you're a Holden or a Ford guy, that's a cool car. We've got the late model Monaro in the aeroflow lane as well. Let's see, the Falcon away cleanly, an 0.27 reaction time, so Johnny on the light, 168 60 foot. He's making a nice clean pass as he heads through the line down there at 1076 with a 4 at 129 mile per hour to an 1171 at 127. So looks good, goes great. All right, early Holden versus late Holden once again. At the light, we got the VF SS in the Rocket Lane, HG Holden. HG's caught the light. Gets away cleanly. It's going to lead the way for the VF. Okay, 1321 at 98 mile per hour to a 1362 at 105. Got Mustang versus VY Commodore for the next pass. Can't say it says GT, so it is a V8 Commodore. It's always tricky every now and again. Sorry, V8 Commodore, V8 Mustang. If you see one out there and you can't hear it, the way to pick the 4-cylinder EcoBoost Mustangs versus the V8s is the badge on the boot. So if it's got GT, it'll be a V8. If it's got the horse, the Mustang logo, the pony, that'll be a 4-cylinder EcoBoost. So VY Ute leading the way here, 1373 at 109 mile per hour, 1400 at 103 for the Mustang in the Rocket Lane. All right, another tough pair of late model Holdens down here. Chalks, the VF GDSR in the aeroflow lane, Sly VF from Team K Customs in the Rocket Lane. Looks like Chalks just getting themselves all sorted there. All right, so looks like the GDSR in the aeroflow lane is a first timer. So we mark that on your windscreen, front and rear windscreens. It's your first time out here. We put an FT inside your racer's number. That's so everyone just knows that it is your first time. So you might be a little bit nervous or not exactly sure the way it all works, but it might be their first time out here. But definitely made a clean launch. 187 60 foot. In the aeroflow lane, it's going to lead the way home. 1151 at 127 to an 1157 at 122 mile per hour. If we can get those two guys lined up again, and they got their reaction time on point, that's going to be a good run. All right, VE PSI back out here with the big healthy burnout. We've got a little DC5 Type R in the Rocket Lane. Just getting into stage there. Right, plenty of launch control action there. Lots of torque steer from the Type R. The VE is just going to streak off down and cross the line at a 1067 at 144 on the brakes, but the Integra 1249 at 85 mile per hour. So maybe an aborted pass there as well. But man, the driver had their hands full trying to keep that Integra straight. That's the issue with K-swaps and turbo K-swaps and whatnot. They make so much torque and power. When they come on, the thing just wants to steer left and right all over the place. Sounds like hard work. Okay, nice hold Newt down here in the aeroflow lane and the late model long wheelbase HSV. Pretty even reaction time from the two. But, HQ, even though it's chirped the tyres a little, will get away cleanly at 178, 60 foot. He's going to cross the line for an 11.16 with a 3 at 123 miles per hour. 15.61 at 88 for the HSV. Another VF GTS down here, LSA powered car. And we've got the XD Falcon back out again in the rocket lane. Let's see what they can do on this pass. Both cars in stage. Let's see what we can do. Big traction issue for the VF there. Looks like he's probably going to have the horsepower to chase down the Falcon. Let's see what they do at the big end of the track. So 12.29 at 128 to a 13.11 at 112 for the XD. Aggressive launch for the Hold Newt in the rocket lane at 1.7, 60 foot. Falcon a little bit more leisurely, 229. Hold Newt crossed for a 10.61 at 131 mile per hour, 14.92 at 94. Nice top gear burnout from Mark down there at PSC Racing. Shout out, good to see him back in the seat. This car was laid up for a couple of years. He used to race it years ago, and then had a bit of time off. He had a business to run. PSC Racing's obviously his business out at Penrith, building all sorts of cool cars. And yeah, spent the last couple of years getting this thing back together, and new ECU on board, turbo combination, transmission, and yeah, really working quite well. So. See if Mark can't push further into the 8s. I think it's been 860. Might have been a little bit quicker than that. But I've also got this beautiful Camaro down here as well. Nitrous on board. You can hear the two-step in the Turbo LS. Bombs the tyres a little bit. Bit of a pedal, but he's back on it. Still a 157, 60 foot, even with average launch 914 at 158 mile per hour. So certainly working on launch strategies today. And as we mentioned before, you know, that car makes, you know, well north of 1,000 horsepower. And we've got street prep on the track today because it is a street meet. So you've got to sort of work out, okay, what do I need to do today? Do I need to figure out if I'm in competition and there's an average track surface? What do we need to do for that? So it's not all lost. It's not all about necessarily PBs. It's about figuring things out. Whoa, big launch for the Falcon down there in the rocket lane. Plenty of steering involved. Gathered it up. It's going to make a full pass down there at 10.82 at 132 mile per hour. Getting the wheels off the ground at the launch is always pretty interesting. A few more bikes out on this next pass. Classic Hayabusa burnout down there. It's good to go. Let's see how we go with traction. in the airflow lane this time round. Can hear the RPM right up, push himself into stage, hit that two-step. A little bit early on the leave. It's all right, it's a clean pass, so he's probably going to run this out the back door. It's a 9.43 at 151 mile per hour to a 10.35 at 139 mile per hour. Plenty of RPM on board for the V-Rod down there. We've got the classic Harley in the airflow lane by the looks of things. Cheryl Beddoes, a regular competitor here at the Track Championships at Sydney Dragway. He's out there just taking the opportunity on a Sunday to do some testing and tuning. Her husband there gives her the pat on the back to make sure that she's all squared away, pointing straight and true down the track. Edge into stage. A little bit of a cherry on the tree, but that's all right. Still going to get a nice clean pass. Roberts runs through for a 9.21 at 137 mile per hour. A Harley in the airflow lane, 11.50 at 115 mile per hour. Right. One last bike to go down. One of our, I think, mod bike competitors. A little bit of a shifter issue by the looks of things, maybe. Yep. All good. So 9.25 at 147 mile per hour. Down there, that'll round out our bike competitors for this round. And then we're back into the cars. We've got the A90 Supra back down here again, B58 engine. So from BMW, but tweaked a little bit from Toyota's point of view. We've got the old EB. I want to say it's an EB Falcon down there. Might be an ED. I don't know. Both cars away. Little red light from the Falcon. No big deal. Supra is going to make his way on down to the big end of the track. 12.03, 121 mile per hour to a 15.10 with an 8 at 93 mile per hour for the Falcon in the rocket lane. Right. A couple of pulsars back out again. We were talking about pulsars just earlier. Certainly no stock pulsars down here. That's a pretty healthy burnout from I think it's M14 in the rocket lane. Maybe some turbo action. I think I heard a whistle down there. Both just edging into stage. We've got rocket lane in full stage. Silver sedan just coming in on the aeroflow lane. All right, here we go. Yeah, definite struggle for traction there for the Pulsars. First and second gear, but as they row up through the gearbox, they're starting to put a bit of mile per hour on. So 1350 at 109 to a 1488 104 mile per hour. Certainly faster than N14 Pulsar was ever meant to go out of the factory. All right, back to the FG Barra Falcons. Got Lagan back out in the rocket lane. Let's see if you can't build a little bit more boost off the line, get that 60 foot down. A little cleaner by the looks of things, 184.60. That's nice. Through the 8th mile, it's a 7.0. He's going to cross the big end at a 10.79 at 132 mile per hour. So not a bad improvement there. 11.94 at 122. Nice and consistent for the green FG. Sean Dartnell, regular competitor in Street Fighter class. Now, Street Fighter class, if you're not familiar with the track championships here at Sydney Dragway, is basically sort of any car that you would drive daily. You can enter Street Fighter. So it doesn't need to be anything super special as far as, you know, big mods or crazy tires or special gearboxes or anything like that. Just pretty much, if you brung it, you can run it. So Sean's out here. We're basically where the Street Fighter class, I suppose, differentiates itself from others is it's really all about reaction time and consistency. So whether your car runs a 16-second pass or a 20-second pass, it doesn't really matter as long as you run that pass every time. So, you know, if you're looking to, you know, get into something maybe a little bit faster, but you want to build up your racecraft, so, you know, knowing the start line procedure and all that sort of thing, Street Fighter is a really accessible category to get started in drag racing. So 1381 at 104 for the Skyline to a 1680 for Sean in the Rocket Lane. Next pairing, we've got late model Type R Civic. Could be first time as well. Just got the starter indicating where they need to be. Come on, a little further. You can do it. Yep, a little bit more. A little bit more. Get that second light on. There you go. Now we're into full stage. We'll get the Pulsar in. All right, now the embers will drop. So certainly no slouch. The Type R for a street car. It's going to cross down there for a 1322 at 110 mile per hour. The little Triple S Pulsar 1730 at 83 mile per hour. Next one up here, I can see the GFB Go Fast Bits I-30N by the looks of things. I wonder if that's the infamous Mr. Koval down there. And we've got a little Audi S3 by the looks of things. Clean launch from the S3 at 175 60 foot. The Hyundai just taking his time with getting everything sorted down there. What's this Audi going to cross through for? 1145 at 120 mile per hour. Great bit of kit, and the Hyundai is a 1335 at 105. R31 back out with a stout burnout down there. FG Ute electing to avoid the burnout box this time, so maybe just more concerned with getting a clean launch. Both into stage here. R31's going to spool up that little turbo. It's probably not that little, to be honest. Definitely fighting for traction. Woo, okay. That was a pretty wild old pass, and we may need to check the track there. There was a bit of something coming out of the back of the R31 down there. Again, just another sort of bit of a pro tip for everyone racing. If you're out on the track and the car is losing traction, you're turning the tires through gears, maybe just back off. Just pedal it. You'll be surprised at how quick you regain traction for the smallest little pedal out here, because if you just stay into it and you've got more and more wheel speed coming on, the back of the car is going to want to overtake the front of the car. And no one wants to see you in the wall or backwards on the track down here. We don't want any other cars touching any other cars. So yeah, if it's getting all out of shape, you're not going to run a PB. So just back out and then get back on if it's not too crossed up. But we're moving through pretty quick down here, so you can always just back out of the pass, come back around to the staging lanes, figure it all out, and then go again. Way better to be able to run all day than try and do a hero pass sideways at the 8th mile mark and then end up in the wall. All right, looks like not too bad out there. We're just doing a visual inspection. It looks like everyone's happy, so we're going to go through for the next one. Pro 186 back down in the Aeroflow lane. It's been running mid-12s. As you said, it's got the Holden 6-cylinder on board down here. No boost either, because you can see the air cleaner sticking out through the bonnet. And we've got the VF Ute in the Rocket Lane. Another familiar car to our Street Fighter series. Both in full stage now. Clean launch from both cars. And Holden still dipping into the 1960 foot, which is not bad. It hasn't got a huge tyre on the back of it. It's going to cross for a 1276 at 106 mile per hour. 1503 at 93 for the VF Ute. Nice launch from the A90 Super in the Rocket Lane down there at 174, 60 foot. It's going to head on down for an 1157 at 120 mile per hour. S14 in the Aeroflow Lane, 1430 at 94 mile per hour. All right, something different down here. A little Audi TTRS by the looks of things. All drive combination. It's the same. He's got it on the launch control, but he's not in stage yet. So let's just try and. Yeah, no. Yeah, got to bring it into stage before you get the car on the launch control. There we go. Whoop. That's all right. Just leave it there. Got the full stage on. There you can go. There we go. All right, 1960 foot for the TTRS. So same running gear combination as Audi RS3 from memory in that car. So 1200 at 115 mile per hour. FG Falcon at 1495 at 94. All right, this other pair of Barra Turbo Falcons down here. I think both had a little bit of a traction issue after the launch on this one. So let's see if they can't get away cleanly this time. Got the BA in the Aeroflow lane. BF in the Rocket Lane. Nice launch from the BF, 162, 60 foot. That is nice for a full weight Falcon. 160 for the BA in the Aeroflow lane as well. So big surprise package. 1071 at 129 to a 1054 at 132 for the Aeroflow lane. So a couple of quick street cars down there. Another pairing down here, S15 in the Aeroflow lane, first timer, and BA Falcon in the Rocket lane. I think this one just needs a little bit of boost off the line. Doesn't seem to be getting away cleanly. It's making pretty decent horsepower, but there you go. Ever helpful Paco down there, just helping out the Falcon, popping the blinker back in on the side of the car there. These things happen. Yeah, it's all about the aero, mate, on the Falcons. You need the blinkers clipped in, otherwise you got All right, S15 dumps the clutch, a little bit of wheel hop. It's getting on down the line. Yeah, still a 277 60 foot for the Falcon. So there's so much more in that car if you can just get it away from the line cleaner. S15 crosses through for 1342 at 124 mile per hour, at 1220 at 126. So that Falcon ran a 2.77 60 foot and then went at 1220. If that Falcon can just get to a 2.0 60 foot, so 0.7 of a second, that car's going to run 1.4 seconds faster in the quarter mile. So it's going to be a 10-second car if he can get away from the line cleanly. And 2 second 60 foot in the grand scheme of things with drag racing is not that fast. It's good for a street car, but there's only a small improvement that has to be had down there for a massive gain at the big end. Instead of VL Commodore run through from 1451 at 107 to a 1388 for the R33 at 118 mile per hour in the Rocket Lane. Fry 22's back out here again. Certainly never shy of a burnout. Let's see if he can't get a bit of traction off the line for this pass. It's nice S14 in the Rocket Lane. Cleaner launch for the Falcon, the Aeroflow lane. Actually identical 60-foot times between those two cars, which is a rarity, 2.175 in both lanes. Falcon crosses for an 11.43 at 129, 13.64 at 103 for the S14. Beautiful GTS two-door back out there again, and the Series 2 R33 GTS-T in the Aeroflow lane. Really interested to see how many of these cars are going to also take part in roll racing later on today as well. 152 60 foot for the Holden there. The R33 just taking his time to get the start sorted. He's out for a 2.1 60 foot. Holden crosses a 10.58 at 126 mile per hour. Super consistent in that car. 13.15 with a 4 at 110 mile per hour for the R33. Yeah, I think we've got some roll racing going on a little bit later today from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. So if you are entered for the drag racing today, that means you're automatically entered for roll racing. So you can have a go of both disciplines. A little bit of a difference. Obviously, we're going to start the cars rolling through the tunnel, and then we'll have a secondary light set up further down the track. When that light goes green, you'll be able to just mash the throttle and see what your car can run on a roll as opposed to from a dig. A lot of people prefer roll racing in their street cars because it doesn't give the car such a hard time, you know, launching from a standstill, especially in a late model, you know, heavy sort of modern car can put a lot of components under stress, and you have traction issues and all that sort of thing. Whereas with roll racing, you're already on the move, so it's a lot easier for the car to just put the power down and run on out the back door. All right, we've got the big long wheelbase Grange in the Aeroflow lane leading the way for the Mustang. Grange goes through for a 13.21 at 108, a 14.62 for the Mustang. Okay, a bit of Aussie Ford versus Holden. Classic muscle down on the track now. We've got this really clean Falcon Ute. Is that a panel van or a wagon? Ben? It's definitely two-door, but I think it's got glass on the side. So I'm thinking it's a wagon. I might be wrong. I'll have a look when it comes back down the return road for you. So launch the Falcon having a couple of staging issues on this one, so we won't get a time recorded. And the HG in the Rocket Lane is going to go through for a 13.65 at 97. Okay, we've got this little Type R, DC5R down here again in the Rocket Lane up against the Monaro in the Aeroflow lane. I think I'm going to say that this is a turbo K-Series DC5, just the way that it was turned the tyres and struggling for traction, trying to change directions on the way on its last pass. So we might have a little bit of a clean-up possibly further down the track. holding cars. Yeah, no, we're good to go. So we'll get everyone into stage. The Monaro's into stage. Integra is there too. Let's see how we go. Cleaner launch from the Integra. Still fighting that torque steer. As you see, it's wagging its tail on the way down the strip there. Stay into it. Cruise on through for 1190 at 93 mile per hour. The Monaro 1352 at 96. Right, you can see pretty spicy HSV down there, explosive number plates. Looks like he's probably going to make a solo pass, I think, yeah. You can see Evo down there. I'm not sure if it's going to make a pass or not, actually. That's Osman's car. HSV away at 2.0, 60 foot. Can certainly hear the supercharger whining out of the front of that. On the track mics there, 749 with a 9 at the 8th mile. It's an 11.26 at 131 mile per hour. So you're again a car that can definitely break into the 10s. Just needs to work on the 60 foot there. No easy task in a big heavy car with relatively small tyre as well. It's something that you need to work out. So great opportunity to do that here at Sydney Dragway for the Aeroflow Performance Race for Real Sunday sessions. And of course today it is a big day. We've got Clay World happening down here, so plenty of VIP guests, show and shine cars, activities happening. We've got a new secret car reveal coming up at 12, I believe. Clay's new build. Jeez, the VF Ute has got out cleanly on this pass, 1.660 foot. He's going to cross for a 10.42 at 131, and the VY in the Aeroflow lane, 10.57 at 142 mile per hour. It's a really nice pass. Okay, so Chalk's back out again at GDSR. Beautiful. Last of the VF HSVs down there. And then we've got, I think that's a VZ Calais. Very spicy LS in the Calais, in the rocket lane. Not shy on a burnout. That's what we're all here for, right? See what sort of power it puts out as it heads down the track. The mile per hour at the end of the track is a great indicator of power. A bit of a struggle for traction for the Calais there, but it's certainly on its way now. The GDS is making its way down the track. It's going to get there first. 11.50 with a 5 at 127, at 10.87 at 132 for the Calais in the rocket lane. So very spicy street car there. All right. Slow VF back out again. The Ute up against the old HQ Ute. LS turbo power versus good old 383 naturally aspirated action. Two different ways of doing things for sure. Right, HQ's into stage, Slow VF into stage. Both bring him up on the converter. HQ's away nicely. Decent traction from Slow VF this time, but still chalking the tyres a little bit. HQ is going to get there first. 11.06 at 123 to 11.58 at 123. So basically both cars making the same sort of power. All right. The late model Grange back down there, the long wheelbase Statesman HSV in the aeroflow lane. VF GTS, GTS. Nice launch from the GTS there, 158.60 is getting business done. It's going to show the Grange the way. Crosses through for a 10.88 with a 6 at 124 mile per hour. 14.40 at 98. Very spicy Evo down there. I believe that's out of the Osmonds Racing stable. Looks like a, I think it's an Evo 8 MR. Excuse me, Evo fans, if I got that wrong. 8s, 8 MRs and 9s. Pretty hard to tell apart from my point of view. But it sounds spicy. He's in full stage. Let's see how we go. Plenty of RPM on board. He's going to row through the gears as he gets on down there through the 8th mile at a 580. Ooh, maybe a miss shift at the end there, but an 881 at 148 mile per hour. So definitely plenty of power on board with that Evo down there. Really, really nice pass. Yeah, hoping everything was all right. Maybe just a missed shift as he got to the finish line, basically. Heard the RPM peak there, but seems like it's made its way down through the return road and everything just fine. So we'll see that come back out again. It'll be great to see some more from the Evos. XT Falcon back out. I think it's a Fairmont Kia actually. Back in the aeroflow lane, and another LSA powered VF down there in the rocket lane. Both fighting for traction a little bit. The XT got out first, but the Commodore's definitely making the top end power. So it cruised through for a 12.30 at 107 to a 13.63 at 109. Another pair of Commodores coming through, VX versus VF. That's a lot of wheel spin for the VF Commodore there in the rocket lane, but seems to have gathered it up. The VX possibly having a bit of an issue there. Saw the brake lights flicker for a second. 12.93 at 117 mile per hour for the VF, And 1894 at 48 mile per hour for the VX. So yeah, something not quite right there. Another VY Commodore in the aeroflow lane. VY 383. Probably a bit of a giveaway for your engine displacement on that one. And then the Holden Ute in the rocket lane. Just waiting for the VX in the aeroflow lane to clear the braking area at the big end of the track. Seems like it's made its way around there just fine, so we'll continue racing. Then we'll be back into the tech cars, so cars that have got licensing and tech cards to allow them to run faster than the street car cutoff. Holding out on a 153.60. Oh, the VY. Looks like it's had a bit of an issue. Got out to 178, 60 foot, but maybe grabbing second gear, it might have broken a drive shaft there, possibly. It seems like it's still under power. Should be able to make its way down to the early exit gate there on the right side. I don't know if it's just me or the track, but it looks like the car's sitting a little bit down on the passenger side, so not exactly sure what's happened there, but something not quite right, so get it off nice and safe, which is the important thing, and can have a look around down in the pits, and hopefully we'll see them again here at Sydney Dragway. So that's cleared up. We've got the white FG Falcon back up in the burnout box, and 67 Camaro down there, nitrous car. I think that I can see out my window, but if I stand up and look down, you can probably see Mark from PSC Racing in the tunnel again, the green Tirana. Solid burnout from the Camaro, sounding crisp. Nice reaction time from the FG Falcon down there at 070 on the light. But, Camaro is definitely leading the way. 10:41 at 132 mile per hour. It's a 15:09 at 93. All right, we've got the Turbo LS crew back out here again. Mark Arblaster. Mark, I'm not going to say his last name because I got it wrong. Mark from PSC Racing. I'll get it wrong. I know him well, but I'll get his name wrong, so I'm just not going to say it. Yeah, Mark on Mark action. Right. Paul 440 in the aeroflow lane, the Tirana in the rocket lane, both in pre-stage. They're going to bring their turbos up on the trans brake, hit that two-step and then bump in. Hear the engine note change, it starts to bounce up and down. Oh, Mark's just bumped too far through. Because we're not in competition, the starter will give these guys a little bit of leeway, so. Clean pass out from Mark there, a 138 60 foot. The reset's probably messed up Mark's timer there. 882 at 158 mile per hour for Mark in the rocket lane. I'll be just having a chat to the starter. He's going to back out of the staging lanes. They'll reset the tree. And they'll bring him back in so he can get a clean pass. All right, here we go. Arby's bumped through the light on this one, so yeah, everyone just getting a bit antsy out there, but that's okay. Wasn't a championship run, so no big deal. You can always bring it back around, cool the car down, bring it out for another run, aim for a PB there. Falcon in the aeroflow lane. Wheels up again on the launch. It's definitely a bit of a driver's job out there in that thing. It's a pretty wild beast. A 135 60 foot. It's going to cross down an ET of 10.03 with a 131 mile per hour. Bit cleaner than the last one, but yeah, still a handful. More bikes to go through. We might take this quick opportunity to duck off to a message from some of our sponsors, and we'll be right back with more action here at Sydney Dragway, Race for Real and Clay World.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Right, back out with another pair of Evos. Blue Evo in the aeroflow lane, getting a nice launch. Sorry, Blue Evo in the rocket lane. Goes through for an ET of 1086 at 134 mile per hour. There's a quick little street car. 1320, 113 mile per hour down there. All of the burnout for the S14 in the aeroflow lane today. He's getting his money's worth out of those tyres. We've got S14 versus A90 Supra in the rocket lane. A90 is going to lead the way. S14 is making a little bit of horsepower, but the problem that we see a lot of the time when we come to street meets with street cars that are running street tyres, they're not really designed to do big burnouts like that and then have a lot of traction. So if you've got a really skinny, like a real low profile tyre, what you want to do is try and stop as far forward as you can in the water box for the burnout. Do a burnout and then just let the car roll out of the water, because that's going to clean up all the surface, and then it's going to get rid of all the water off the tyres as well. A lot of people make the mistake of doing the burnout and staying still in the water box, and then when they drive out, there's heaps of water still in the grooves of the tyre and up in the wheel arch and things like that. And that's not going to help you when you want to get away from the line. So you want to drive out of the burnout box just like the little Pulsar has done on this one. Missed the time for that other turbo Pulsar, but we'll watch this one. But yeah, so if you're running just a regular old street tyre, the normal tyres that you drive around on the street, you can obviously do a burnout as much as you like. But as far as performance is concerned, just a small burnout, a little bit of smoke, and then move out of the water is going to be the best way to get those things to hook up. But if you're running like a radial or a slick tyre that's specifically designed for drag racing, then you want to do a pretty healthy burnout, move it out of the water, and then you're going to have the compound woken up. All right, the Pulsar goes through for 14.900 at 106 mile per hour, 1675 for Sean Dartnell in the I-30 in the rocket lane. I think the red Pulsar is very keen to get going. All right, Lagan XR6 Turbo back up to the line. It's been making a bit of progress today, so it's gone progressively quicker. Got a little bit of boost on board here, 165 60 foot, that's going to work well for him. Let's see, 1074 at 130 mile per hour for the Falcon. Triple S Pulsar is out there, 1726 at 83. Got the Type R Civic up against the VL Berliner. Civic still not quite. There we go. That's it. Into stage now. It should actually be a pretty close race, to be honest. The VL doesn't have a huge turbo on it, but it looks like it's going to have the legs. Ooh. This will be one to keep an eye on. Should be an exciting pass. Run the street down there. The Evo. Going to get it wrong again. I'm going to say it's an Evo 5 because it doesn't have. Can't see the tail lights on the boot, but I think it's got a different boot on it. Plenty of two-step happening here. Yeah, not ideal. Yep, moving off thing. Yep, unfortunately, the Evo has had a bit of a mishap there. Maybe a gearbox or a transfer case, which does happen, unfortunately, with that driveline. But yeah, it's left a bit of a trail, so we're going to have a bit of a clean up here, guys. So we'll get the track crew will get onto that as fast as possible, but we are going to have to stop racing for a minute while we get that all cleaned up. So we're going to throw to some more ads, but also if you want to go and grab something to eat, have a bit of a walk around. There's a ton of stuff to go and see, guys. There's some amazing cars on display here. We've got the VIP show and shine up the top. We've got Cars for Japan with heaps of cars on display. There's more show and shine happening down in the pits as well. Plenty of traders down near the pits. And all of the food supplies as well. Gassed Pizza, Mad for Chicken, Istanbul Goods Lamb, Go Nuts for Donuts, and the cafe down near the pits area. Get around, go and grab something to eat, have a toilet break, have a wander, stretch your legs. We'll get this cleaned up as quick as possible, and we will be back to racing here at Aeroflow Performance Race for Real. Sunday sessions bringing Clay World to Sydney Dragway.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, good news, everyone. As you can see, the tractor is heading back down to its little hut down the end of the track, and we are just about ready to start racing again. So a bit of a clean-up. It's never anything that anyone wants here at Sydney Dragway, but we've got to make sure that it's all good to go so that you can run your next PB. Looks like we've got another Osmonds Racing Evo down here, Teflon. Pretty sure everyone will be familiar with this Evo down here. Pretty familiar out at roll racing. Not shy on the four-wheel drive burnout either. Good to see. We've got the R31 Skyline in the aeroflow lane. Bit of a clean up here. Let's see if we can't see if Teflon can't redeem the Evos. Up on the two-step. Aggressive launch. Looks like it might have hit some sort of safety, possibly. The power just going away. R31 running at 11.16 at 129 mile per hour. It's all good. I'm sure Teflon will be back out to the pits, clear some codes, and then bring it all back out again. Certainly no easy task getting all the power down that the 4G63 can make. It'll make a ton of horsepower, but then with that all-wheel drive transmission, and get a grippy surface out here like this, it does sort of tend to put a lot of stress on things. You get a bit of axle tramp, you know, cars hopping around. It can just throw some sensors to go a little bit crazy and give you a bit of a limp mode, but not to worry, they'll be back around again. Two very different Holden 6s out there. Got the classic Holden with the 186 and the VF Ute down there with the V6 engine, a 1286 at 105 mile per hour for the Holden. All right, A90 Supra. Starting to see a few more of these here at Sydney Dragway, which is good. Plenty of potential in them. Hugely popular over in the US. And a BA. Oh, Supra's just driven right through the light there, so not sure what happened there, but BA's away cleanly. And on the brakes hard at the big end, 11.35 with a 9 at 102. Okay, S15 GT back in the rocket lane, and the BF Falcon Barra Turbo. I think that's T&D Brothers Racing on the back window of that. They're pretty familiar with the Barra Compo. So I think this thing's run 1060 previously. Let's see if I can't improve the PB. Just cruising off the line there. It's at 13.05 at 117 mile per hour for the S15, 13.80 at 111 mile per hour for the Falcon. I've got to say, it's been a while since we've hit screaming RBs. Just not as often as we used to see them out here. It's nice to hear. Got this sleeper BF Falcon in the aeroflow lane. It's going to build the boost. A bit of wheel spin on this one, a 179, 60 foot. It's been the 1.6s earlier today. Still going to break through into the 10-second mark, I dare say. Oh, 11.25 at 128 on this one. This is a little warmer at the moment out here, so the sun's been out for a while here at Sydney Dragway. Next pairing, something. Time for something different. We've got the Patrol out there. Soots is the number plate. I think we're going to see no shortage of diesel smoke out of this one. So look, we've got the Holden Ute just edging into stage. Whoa, the Patrol lifts the front corner and absolutely hazes Hayes the start line, as the big diesels are known for. It's going to lead the way all the way to the line as well. You can hear the big mud tyres squealing. 1589 at 87 mile per hour to a 1696 at 90 miles per hour for the Holden. All right, we've got the Nanu Gambin builds FG Falcon back out here, and this Rocket XR5 Focus as well. Super quick little car, this one. Falcon building boost, XR5's away. Falcon's had a lot of wheel spin there, but maybe a short shift, and he's going to lay into it through half track. Didn't get the time properly on the Focus, unfortunately, but 11.63 at 1:35 for the Falcon, so a lot more to come from that one. R33 in the Aeroflow lane, BMW M4 in the Rocket lane. Bit of two-step action, but car not really wanting to get away cleanly. It's going to start packing on the mile per hour now as it heads down towards the quarter mile mark. The R33 is going to cross the line for 11.28 with an 8 at 135 mile per hour, 15.56 at 88 for the M4. Healthy burnout from the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. FC RX7 in the Rocket lane. Haven't seen it before today, I don't believe. Nice clean example. Falcon is in stage. RX7's there too. Nice easy leave from the Falcon. It wakes up just after the 60 foot. An 11.00 with an 8 at 138 mile per hour. There's low 10 in that car all day. The RX7 is going to cruise on through for a 15.23 at 105. All right, next pairing up, we've got the VL. There's a bit of limiter action in the burnout there. We've got the S14 in the Rocket lane. Let's see what both can do. VL gets a reaction time. Starts pouring on the power, but the S14 is giving a bit of chase. I think the VL is going to have the legs. Yeah, S14's backed out of it. 11.67 with a 5 at 126 for the VL. 15.25 at 62. All right, that is a sound that we love to hear. Cranky RB, this time in an S15. Just done a decent burnout. Let's see, get everything all sorted and get it up into stage so we can make a pass. Sounds like it's a little bit cranky actually. Might have to restart the car. Every now and again you'll get with like an aftermarket ECU or something like that, you might get like a bit of a you know, a limiting mode or a limp mode or something like that. Sometimes you just need to reset. We'll see what it can do here. GTRB, yeah, that sounds a bit cleaner. Everything's reset itself and ready to go. There we go, we've got the B8 patiently waiting at the line here. Really hope this guy can get a bit of boost off the line with this Silver BA. It's got a lot of potential in it, but just hasn't been delivering off the launch. Let's see what we can do. Not quite enough boost for either car, but big improvement for the Falcon. That's going to be a big improvement in ET, a 2.14 60 foot. Let's see what it equates to. 11.36 at 128. It's a big improvement for that car, and a 12.44 at 130 for the S15. So again, all in the launch, guys. If you get the car away cleanly, a little bit of boost on board, and it's going to make a massive difference to your ET at the end of the track. Gotta say, I think this R31 has the most laps out of any car here today. It's been just coming round and round. Great to see. HQ 062 on the reaction time, 152 60 foot. Skyline a little bit lazy on the launch today. 10.69 at 126 mile per hour for the Holden, and 12.19 at 126 for the R31. All right, the Holden gets out in front of the Mustang there. It's going to lead the way down towards the big end of the track. As we're watching some racing, I believe the guys from Clay World wanted to do a reveal today. It was somewhere between 12 and 1, Clay's secret car reveal, up there at the top of the steps behind the grandstand. We've got a car up there. Let me see if I can see it out here. It looks like the covers are still on, so they haven't revealed it just yet. But if you do want to see what Clay's been working on in the background with a couple of interested parties, then get on up there and hang around and see what he is revealing. I'm sure it'll be all over YouTube and Instagram as well. There's plenty of that going on. There's also plenty of show and shine happening down in the pits. But heaps of racing. We've still got another hour of drag racing before we change over to the roll racing format. And everyone that is racing currently, of course, is automatically entered to the roll racing part of today's sessions as well. So stay tuned on that one. A couple of Monaros here at the line. We've got the earlier CV8 in the Aeroflow lane and the later CV8Z, I think it is, in the Rocket lane. Let's see how they compare. Pretty close on the short track, but it looks like the silver later model Monaro in the Rocket lane is going to make some horsepower. It's crossing for a 12.19 with a 124 mile per hour, 13.83 at 101 for the Aeroflow lane. So another tough pair of Commodores back out here. We've seen both of these cars before today. Explosive, the VE GDS or R8 in the Aeroflow lane. And we've got G's, the big power VF Ute in the Rocket lane. Pretty wild launch from Explosive in the Aeroflow lane. He's hunting that center line. Just have to steer it back a little bit. G sounded like it was maybe hitting a limiter or some sort of issue there. 10.78 with a 7 at 130 mile per hour for Explosive. Very nice. G's rolls through for a 14.24 at 61 mile per hour. Yes, something there, maybe not shifting or developing a bit of a miss down the track. We could hear a bit of a pop on the track mics. Yeah, you can see, geez, just working its way around the return road at the bottom there. So the next pair is ready to go. Chalk's getting away cleanly. Bit of smoke out of the white VY there. It crossed for a 10.27 with a 144 mile per hour. So plenty of power on board. 11.09 at 127 for Chalks. Next pair down, we've got the VF LSA powered car in the rocket lane. It's going to cross through for 11.98, 122 to 14.61 at 98 for the Grange. The XD Falcon back out again. Plenty of passes today, this car. And this VF SS in the rocket lane is a pretty quick thing. Sounds like it's naturally aspirated. Pretty respectable times coming out of this thing. Giving him the commentator's curse. A lot of wheel spin there off the line. Falcon's going to lead the way, but the VF will gather it back up. Commodore crosses a 13.0 at 118 to a 14.11 at 107. More serious burnouts from VEPSI and Cali GM. Down there. This should be a good race, actually. I think both of these cars have been into the 10s. Pretty sure. So let's see how it shapes up. Got the reaction time in the VE, but certainly a big 60-foot jump on the VZ. The VE isn't going to hang around to find out. 10.37 at 147 to a 10.66 at 131. If we can get those two to leave together, that'll be some good racing. So back into the teched cars here, so more race than street, so to speak. Holden Ute and the Chevy Camaro up. Can see JDM King down there, the Evo 3. Be good to see this make another pass down here. We've got Arby back in Paul 440 as well. A lot of wheel spin from the Ute, but going neck and neck. I think the Camaro is going to just edge it out at the top end, but it will be close. Camaro 10.44 at 130 to a 10.92 at 129. Only a tenth or so in the margin of victory, though, so pretty close race on that one. All right. JDM King one of our traders down here today. Obviously a big supporter of the scene. Heavy into Evo action down there. This Evo 3 has been to Sydney Dragway before and lit the time boards up pretty healthy. Let's see if he can't make a nice pass in the heat of the day. Clean pass from Arby. JDM King walking all over the tracks. Close to the centre line, but he keeps it off. He's going to run all the way out the back door. Offered a bit early, I think 9:01, 155 mile per hour, and 8:92 at 150 for Mark Arblaster in the Aeroflow lane. Very nice. We got the Falcon down here. I want to say it's an XR Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. And I think it's Halil in the GTSR down there in the Rocket lane. Okay, both cars into stage here. You're going to see a bit of excitement in the Aeroflow lane. Wheels up for the Falcon. Steering all over the track. It's pretty close, but the Commodore is going to go through for a 9:36, 148, 9:84, 138 for the Falcon. I think that's a PB today in the Falcon as well, so good work from both cars there. And we'll jump back across to some bikes. Again, we've got a couple of high boosters out there by the looks of things. Mod bikes. So a couple of regular competitors here at Sydney Dragway getting the opportunity to test the time. Red light on the tree. 008, so it's a close one, but they're both going to run it out the back door here. We see a 9:15 at 147 for the Rocket lane, 9:39 at 146 in the Aeroflow lane. So nice close race actually. Burnout from the Harley there, throwing up some shapes. The naked sports bike, I think it's a Suzuki in Aeroflow lane. Next pair up, I think. Again, I've got to apologise, guys. It's difficult to pick out bikes from up here in the commentating lane. I think that's a BMW S1000 RR in the Rocket lane coming up next, and possibly a Yamaha in the Aeroflow lane, but hard to see. All right, the Harley goes through for 11:55 at 114. Susie in the Aeroflow lane, 13:46 at 111. Both the sports bikes into stage. Both easy off the line. Watch the mile per hour out of this Rocket lane. S1000 plucking through the gears, quick shifter on board from the factory. It's a 1071, 140 mile per hour to a 1230 at 106 for the Aeroflow lane. One more bike through, we're going to see Cheryl Beddoes in the V-Rod. Right, Cheryl's had the pat on the back. She's squared away down the track. She's going to edge forward to the stage. Put that Harley Destroyer on the chip and let it go. Nice launch from Cheryl there. She's going to click through the gears. 134 60 foot. Pretty clean run. It's going to cross through for a 9.19 with a 7 at 142 mile per hour. Back out with another pair of Evos. 8MR, 9. I don't know. Someone maybe watching on the live stream. We're live streaming on YouTube. Maybe you can tell me how I can pick the difference between an Evo 9 and an 8MR from behind by about, about 100 metres away. What am I looking for? All right. White Evo in the rocket lane, a 189, 60 foot was a nice launch. The blue Evo in the airflow lane is going to have the mile per hour, 11.54, 133 to 11.98, 118. All right, the LDB Falcon back out again. Not afraid of a burnout. A90 Supra. Get some heat in the tyres as well. Next race is going to be a good one. Keen to see this this Pulsar versus the Civic. A90 Supra leading the way down there. He's going to pass for an 11.74, 122 mile per hour, and a 14.44 for the Falcon in the rocket lane. A little bit more restrained in the burnout for the Pulsar there on this pass. Just getting the two cars into full stage. There we go. Type R gets ahead a little bit, but I've got a feeling the silver Pulsar is going to be keeping him honest the whole way down. See, Type R still out in front. Ooh, just 13.13, 110 to a 13.37 at 107. Probably just a bit of traction. Was the help there. All right, here's this little EG Civic again. We saw this run earlier in the day. It's a little turbo. I'm going to assume it's turbo K series, but could still be B. It's certainly got plenty of power on board. The S14's not shy of a burnout either. Green lights on. EG's out. I'm going to call that an all-wheel drive car, but not sure. Maybe a bit of a shift issue there for the EG. It's still going to cross the line first. It's going to roll to a 12.19 at 84. The S14, 13.78, 110 mile per hour. Golf R out there by the looks of things, up against the I-30. Sean Dartnell's car. Dartnell on the reaction time, 0.72. Golf R, of course, is going to have the horsepower advantage here. 178, 60 foot, pretty nice for a late model Golf. 10.98 at 126 mile per hour for the Golf. 16.71 at 81 for the Hyundai. Nice R33 in the airflow lane and a little Integra in the rocket lane. DC2. R33 is going to lead the way down the track there. Integra has found all of the RPM. 14.05 at 105 mile per hour for the Skyline. 15.76 at 90 for the Integra. Next we've got V Commodore in Rocket Lane, and looks like the Audi S3 back out again in the aeroflow lane. Clean launch as always from the S3. We've seen that car out here a few times. It's always very consistent. Crosses for an 11.56 at 120 mile per hour to the V Commodore in the Rocket Lane for a 16.96 at 84. Right, next up, I can see in the burnout box we've got the VL Berliner Turbo. I'm next. Spot on with that. And then FG Ute XR6 Turbo in the Rocket Lane. Looks like it's electing to skip the burnout. Just got our track crew cleaning up a little bit of condensation that came out of the exhaust pipes on the Audi there. A couple of other things that we should probably mention when it comes to getting your car ready if you're going to come out here to Sydney Dragway and have a go on a Sunday or a Wednesday night. You know, if it's a standard car, one tip is just turn your AC off. Make sure that's off when you're racing. It robs a little bit of horsepower, but also the condensation will drip on the track. So depending on where the drain is in your car, you don't really want it to drip under your tyres if you're trying to put down some power. That's right, as Ben here was saying in the studio, it's a good idea to have the AC off when you're in the lanes, because the longer it runs for, the more condensation you'll build up. And if it drips, if your car is dripping as it's coming up to, say, burnout pad or staging area just before the line, then you won't be allowed to run unless we can identify what the drip is. So, yeah, AC off. If you've got a catch can, make sure you empty your catch can. Let's just watch Psycho from Blakehurst Auto Repairs, see if he can make a pass. Pretty clean launch there, a 155, 60 foot. Let's see if he stays into it, runs it out the back door. It looks like he might. 917 at 152 miles per hour for that car. And then the GFB i30N, 1353 at 104 mile per hour in the aeroflow lane. Yeah, so if you've got an aftermarket catch can, definitely make sure you've checked for any fluid in that. Drain it before you come and run, because if it is getting full, once your engine's under full load for an extended period of time as it's running a quarter mile pass, it's going to pump up that catch can, and if it's near full, then it's going to spew out everywhere. You're going to have oil and vapor and fumes and whatnot coming out in the engine bay, which is not good. It's an easy thing to check, easy thing to drain. There's plenty of drain bins out the back here at Sydney Dragway, thankfully provided by Enviro Waste Services, one of our track sponsors. That DC5R is still fighting itself all the way down the track. Definitely a bit of a steer job there. 11.08 at 139 mile per hour. It's knocking on the door of a 10-second pass. So just some simple things. If you've got, if you're looking over your car before you're coming out to Sydney Dragway, just check that everything's all tidied up and, there's no leaks, nothing's loose. Haven't got anything, flapping around. Because while you're just cruising around on the streets, these little things might not really pose an issue, but once you're out here and you're giving it 100% throttle for an entire quarter mile pass, it's you'll find out where things aren't quite right, and it's not the time to do it. Next pass up, we've got the Holden versus the S15. Unfortunately, the S15 has not got away cleanly. Maybe a clutch or a drive shaft issue there. The Holden's going to go through for a 1274 at 105. It's been super consistent today. But unfortunately, it looks like the S15 may have had a breakage. Let's see if it is still moving under its own power. Yep, well, luckily enough, the S15's able to back itself off the track. So good to see S15 being able to drive off. That's always good. Got BA Falcon back out here in the aeroflow lane, and the XR5 Focus. Nice little test launch there. Don't see too many of these XR5s anymore, but they're a pretty cool car. 5-cylinder turbo, just front-wheel drive. A great sound, a little 5-cylinder. Originally came out of Volvo, but this one's certainly heavily modified. Looks like it's off for another really quick pass down there, probably in the 11-second range. Yep, 11.75 at 127, 10.81 at 131 for the BA in the aeroflow lane. Two different versions of 6-cylinder turbo rear-wheel drive action here. R33 Skyline in the aeroflow lane, BF Falcon in the rocket lane. Let's see if the 33 can get a bit more boost off the line and get it cleanly away. Yeah, he was able to make the boost, but that clutch dump just really bogging the car down. No such issue for the Falcon. It's going to move along. It's going to get there first. At 10.59 at 138. Skyline 11.32 at 143. Well capable of a 10-second pass there. Just got to try and get it off the line. Solid burnout from the VL in the rocket lane. I think that's a bit of LS turbo action I can hear on the track mics. Pretty hard to go wrong with that combination. VL Commodore, or Calais I should say. Turbo LS. It's got the reaction time. Falcon is just going to have to watch him cross the line first down there at 10.96 at 138 for the VL, 11.61 at 126 for the Falcon. Nice reaction time for the Silver Falcon in the left lane, 088. Be a pretty close pass for these two relatively standard Falcons down here. 15.04 to a 15.05, both at 93 mile per hour, so very close. All right, the sleeper BF Falcon in the rocket lane. This thing's probably surprised just about everyone. I think a 1.6 60-foot is not an easy thing to do in these big heavy Falcons. And then we've got the silver BA here. He's been working on the launch all day. Had a big improvement last time. Better again, 1.88 60-foot for the Silver Falcon, 1.65 for the grey. Let's see what the Silver Falcon can hit. 10.71, 11.03, 128. So close to that 10-second mark for the Silver Falcon in the aeroflow lane. But 10.71 again for the sleeper in the rocket lane. So, Super of a Skyline, just a couple of different generations between the two. Hey. Bit of a wild launch there for both cars. It's all happening. We've got the Supras going across for a 10.35 at 117 mile per hour. The Skyline 13.76, 111. FC RX-7 back out again. Looks like an RS3 sedan down there in the rocket lane. Just a reminder, guys, we will be starting roll racing around 1 PM. So we've got about 25 minutes more of drag racing. and then we'll be changing the setup. So we'll have a really brief break. We'll change the setup to roll racing. That's why you can see that speed sign that's over on the eastern side of the track, opposite the grandstand. Audi RS3 goes through for a 12.66 at 95 mile per hour, hard on the brakes before the line, to a 14.36 at 107 for the RX7 in the aeroflow lane. HQ away, as always, an 0.30 reaction time. Really nice light there by the Holden in the rocket lane. It's going to go through for an 11.18 with a 5 at 125 mile per hour. The Falcon 13.17 at 108. All right, Mustang in the rocket lane. And another Evo in the aeroflow lane. No lag. Let's see. Seems pretty snappy. Let's see what sort of ET he can run. It's definitely going to put a bit of daylight between themselves and the Mustang. Evo crosses for a 12.76 at 116. 14.59 for the Mustang. Nice Falcon down here in the rocket lane again. All right, we've got the Grange in the aeroflow lane. Nice little MR2 down here in the rocket lane. I haven't seen this car before today. Beautiful purple paint job. Not sure what's under the rear hood. Let's have a look. Bit of a hop and start for the launch. I'd say it's certainly got some power underneath it because it started to make its way down the track past half track. It's going to cross at 11.98 at 130 mile per hour. If they decide to get that off the line a bit quicker, that's going to be a 10-second car for sure. The DC5R has run through for a 10.96 at 138 mile per hour. Good to see hanging on to that car, getting it down there straight. So a little cleanup on the street line, on the start line. Believe it or not, we've just had a car come back from running a PB, but also won't be taking part anymore today because it lost its sunroof in the braking area. The silver BA Falcon. We've been working on it all day, trying to get the 60-foot time down. It runs a 188 60-foot. It's knocking on the door of a 10-second pass. It runs 11.0, and the sunroof has just decided to go ejecto cedo, cuz, and left the chat in the deep end. Wow, what a way to finish your day racing at Sydney Dragway. Have your sunroof fly out. So super important. Super important that you've got your sunroofs closed if you do have one in the car when you're racing, because there's a pressure differential that happens, and they tend to get sucked out. There was a bunch of recalls back in the day for those sunroofs as well. So yeah, a bit unfortunate for that competitor, but yeah, great talking point. Far out. All right, back to racing again. The R31 back at it again in the aeroflow lane. Explosive VE HSV down there in the rocket lane. Let's see, we've got explosive. Nice launch from the supercharged VE. You think it might have tagged the limiter there because it nosed over pretty hard after the launch. It's going to go down and cross through for a 10.77 at 129. R31 running a 10.90 at 128. Really nice pass there. Right, another late model VF GDSR Chalks back out here. It's been making some nice clean passes today. Really nice launch. The Grange in the rocket lane has been chipping away at it as well. Let's see what they can do. Grange gets the jump, but the GDSR, definite big improvement there. 175. 60 foot. It's going to cross through for 11.03 with a 9 at 128 mile per hour. It's right there for a 10-second pass. Okay, VZ. Commodore in aeroflow lane. VF in the rocket. Let's see if he can't get a bit more traction. Yeah, much cleaner launch from the VF this time. Getting away very cleanly. 187 60 foot. The VY looks like it's probably got a bit of turbo action happening. It's going to chase him down. Gets there first, 10.93 at 141 to an 11.90 at 118 for the VF. Speaking of turbo action, VE PSI back out. Trademark burnout there. Struggling to get off the line a bit quicker with VF PSI. VE PSI 202 in the 60 foot. It's going to turn it into a 10.35 at 147 at the big end. Again, it's basically, it's a couple of tenths in the 60 foot away from being a 9-second car. Calais GM. Plenty of RPM on board in that LS powered Calais down there. Sly VF. Not one to be outdone by a burnout. Another nice 60 foot from Calais GM down there, 1.7 in the 60. 11.88, 121 for Sly VF, 10.81, 130 mile per hour for the VZ. Looks like a little bit of something dripping out of the last car down in the aeroflow lane. So we're just going to tidy that up, throw a bit of thinners down there. Fry 22's back out here with that signature burnout. The big orange ute, there's no missing this car, that's for sure. Let's see if he can't improve on ET. Around 11:40 maybe earlier today. Let's see what we can bring out this time. Pretty clean start, 176 60 foot. That's probably a PB for the day. So really nice. Going to roll it out the back door. It's going to cross through for a 10.53 at 135.99 mile per hour. Really nice pass from the orange BA ute there. Very good. I think we've got a couple of text cars in on this one. So R-Blaster in the Valiant Paw 440. And Camaro. See, hopefully Arby can get another clean run. He did run at 890, I believe it was earlier. We've had a couple of sort of stops and starts and misses on some previous passes, but see if we can't get it cleared away. The Camaro has been running pretty consistently today as well. Nitrous powered 67 RS. Clean launch from both. A bit of wheel spin towards the top of first gear after the 60 foot for R-Blaster. He's going to run it out the back door by the looks of things. No. Buttons off before the 1,000 foot. 1079 at 97 mile per hour. 1112 at 123 for the Camaro in the Rocket Lane. Got the Holden Ute out on a solo pass. A lot of wheel hop, a lot of wheel speed happening there for the launch on the ute. 162 60 foot regardless of all of that. 1030 with a 9 at 131 miles per hour. Right. Got more bikes back through for the next round. We've got the S1000RR and still can't see exactly what that bike is in the airflow lane, but I'm guessing it's like an R7 or something like that maybe. BMW's just crept through on the light. Still going to have the legs to chase down his competitor there. It's 11.28 at 138 mile per hour to a 12.35 at 107. Comp bikes back through. Cheryl Beddoes on the Harley. Hayabusa in the Rocket Lane. These Harley V-Rods were a factory-backed package. You could basically buy this race-ready bike straight from Harley Davidson. They had their own category, Screaming Eagles and Harley Destroyers. Right, so Cheryl's been running in the Rocket Lane mostly today, but get a bit of practice in the aeroflow lane as well. Some people have their preference. Some people just need to be across both lanes and see what they're doing. Nice launch. 136.64 again for Cheryl. 153 for the Hayabusa. The Busa's going to have the mile per hour at the top end. 917, 148 to a 962, 140. All right, JDM King Evo back out here and lagging the XR6. Let's see, JDM King is going to throw a little bit more boost at it this time. Get a bit more of a representative pass. Clean launch. Grabs the gears. He's going to start fighting that steering wheel. The torque walking to Evo all the way around the track. He's taking the long way to the 400 metre to an 889 at 167 mile per hour. So nice pass from JDM King Evo there. Looked like the Falcon had a bit of a battle with traction off the line. That's some sportsmanship there from the bikes coming back down the. You got to hold hands with your mate when you're riding your bike back down the return road, and rev bomb the crowd as well. Why not? All right, so it looks like that's the end of the drag racing component of today. Race for Real Sunday sessions featuring Clay World. Next, we're going to get set up for roll racing here at Sydney Dragway. So you're going to give us probably 10-15 minutes. We're going to change a bit of the setup around. We're going to put a secondary tree out towards the 3:30 timing cone. And we're going to get everyone set up for roll racing. So if you have been drag racing and you want to give roll racing a go, if you've never done it before, your ticket in drag racing does automatically get you into roll racing too. So you can come out and give that a go, see how your car works on a roll as opposed to starting stop. So if you want to cool the car down, if you've just been drag racing, cool the car down for a minute, then come back around and head to the staging lanes, and the crew will tell you where you need to be so you can get all set up. But in the meantime, we're going to throw to some ads from our wonderful track sponsors. And if you want to go and grab something to eat, you can get, you can see Go Nuts for Donuts, get some coffee there, Istanbul Gozlemi, Mad for Chicken, Gassed Pizza on the eastern side, up on the hill. There's a cafe down near the pits. Have a look at some of the show cars. Check out our traders that are on display here today as part of the Clay World promotion. You can check out Clay's unveil car that I believe he's taken the wraps of up the top behind the grandstand. So have a good wander around. We'll be back with roll racing very shortly.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, All shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Boosted turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories. From steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates and intake and exhaust solutions, you can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Yeah, awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders.
Bikereview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. Bikereview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. Bikereview.com.au.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
All right, guys, it looks like we are ready to start roll racing. Here goes Evo and the Civic. Civic has definitely put the gap on the Evo further down there. It's going to cross through 167 mile per hour. Definitely making some power in what I think is a turbo K-swap. And I'm happy to say that I'm now joined this afternoon with Stephen Bush. Welcome, Bushy.
Thank you very much, Pat. Good afternoon. How are we this afternoon?
I think we're doing all right.
Yeah,
All right.
So great little crowd in the house here at Sydney Dragway this afternoon.
Absolutely.
About to change things up a little bit. Of course, following roll drags this afternoon, we get into some burnouts as well, which just to make sure everybody's needs and tastes are satisfied.
Absolutely, mate. We've been having plenty of drag racing happening today. We've got roll racing started now. Burnouts from about 3 o'clock. So we've got about 2 hours of roll racing. It is just basically come and have some fun.
Yes.
For roll racing here today. You know, there's no championship on the line or anything like that.
No sheep stations, nothing like that.
No sheep stations, but that's fine. We're going to everyone's going to have a go. You know, if you've been drag racing today, you can go roll racing. There's a bunch of cars that I can see down there that have clearly been waiting for roll racing because we haven't seen them run in traditional drag racing so far today. There's a wild-looking wide-body Evo down there in the lanes that pretty interested. I think it's going to be not this pass, but the next one. It's going to come through. We've got a pair here. We've got the no-lag Evo and the Audi S3. Both have run earlier today, both in the 11s, I think, from memory. So Evo goes through. It's 190 kilometres an hour I can see from the Evo there. In that one you'll have to bear with us, our timing screens don't always work the same as they do for drag racing up here in the commentary box, so we might be looking at the boards just like you guys up in the stands. Here's this wide-body Evo, pretty wild. Sean Dartnell down there in the I-30. It's giving the roll racing a go, why not? Evo looks like it's rolling through the gears pretty well down there. Sean in the little I-30 is a regular Street Fighter Track Championships competitor, so roll racing's a little bit different for the little I-30 down there. Okay, we've got the last car going around the return road at the end there, so we'll get another pair about to roll through. And like I mentioned earlier today, guys, the roll racing side of things is, it's a lot more friendly, it's a lot more kind on your car when it comes to drive shafts and tyres and clutches and things like that. You don't have to worry about just, dead hooking the car and putting a lot of stress on your driveline. The car's already rolling, so we're aiming for about 50 kilometres an hour as a starting speed as you roll out, and then you can see the traffic light a bit further down towards the 330 marker cone. That's going to go green once you're coming up near the traditional start line. So roll on from there, and then we race out to about 1,000 foot, which is one of the longer roll racing tracks here in Australia. So you get a pretty decent speed up towards the end there. And for Sunday Street Meet, roll racing regulations basically the same as your drag racing regs. So if you need a parachute once you go 150 miles per hour in drag racing, that's 240 kilometres an hour in kph versus mph. So if you're doing 240 plus in roll racing, you'll need a chute. But again, we're not here for a championship or anything like that today. It's a bit of fun for everyone to have a go. So you can get out here and give it a rip, not have to worry about hurting your car. pair. FD RX7 versus R33 GS. 33's got plenty of power on board. It's run pretty well today in the drag racing. RX7's no slouch, but 227 I think I can see on the boards down there for the 33, 166 for the RX7. Next pairing I can see S15. I think that might be the Silpra, the 2J powered S15 down there in the lanes, and the old EV Falcon back out for another pass. We can see our I don't know, our unlikely favourites down in the lanes too. The little Pulsars, N14 Pulsars. We've been doing huge skids today, so it'll be interesting to see what they do in roll racing. Here we go, Silpra. Had a bit of an issue with drag racing pass earlier today, but back out for roll racing. It's certainly making all the power. Just getting it down is the tricky one. It's going to lead the way. The Falcon there, of course. 191 for the Supra, 154 for the Falcon. Next pass coming through, Type R Civic versus N14 Pulsar. Okay, here's another car that I haven't seen today at all, actually. It's Ford Cortina that's coming through. It looks like it's got, is that exhaust coming out of the bonnet? Looks like it. I like it's coming up against a GR Yaris. It's always something different. Plenty of horsepower on board with that Cortina down there. Looks like maybe the throttle intake tube coming out through the bonnet there. So nice one, 217 kph versus 197 for the GR Yaris in the aeroflow lane. Right, Barra Falcon versus S14. The Barra's going to take it there, 234 to 177 for the S14 in the rocket lane. So plenty of horsepower on board for the Falcon.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that evident with the drag racing that happened earlier today. There was a number of cars into the high 130 mile an hour, which is certainly getting on down at the top end.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen a few 140s as well, bushy, and a couple of cars were right up there as well, 167.
Yeah, I think 160 was the highest that I recall off the top of my head. So certainly that is no mean feat in any car, let alone one with number plates on it.
Definitely. Interested to see what this MR2 does. It came out and made one pass earlier in drag racing, but wasn't hard on the launch. So these things are often hiding a bit of a K-series turbo in the back of them, so it'll be interesting. Fly 22s is no stranger to the track, but is the MR2 going to come around? Ooh, Fry gets there. That looks like 208 in both lanes, actually.
I was going to say, they were locked together all the way down visually from up here.
Yeah.
Looking very nice is that MR2, though, from up here as it disappears from us.
Beautiful paint job, yeah. Right, Falcon Ute versus R31 Skyline. R31's been going faster and faster all day in drag racing. It's definitely going to lead the way home for the Ute in the aeroflow lane. 195 to 177 kph I think we're just going to pause for a second. The guys are probably going to just amend the tree so we can get the speeds update up here in the commentary box. So back underway here, we've got the green VY Ute up against the purple VF Commodore Ute. Bit of a power discrepancy between these two, I believe.
Yeah, one of those definitely sounded like had a little bit of forced induction and that sort of exhaust note to it.
Yeah.
And I think the results are shown there which one that was.
Yeah, I think one's got a couple extra cylinders to the other one. So
yes, that too.
Usually tells a story. All right, let's have a look and see what comes up on our screens this time. Hopefully the guys have rebooted the timing computer and we might be able to actually tell you what the speeds are versus trying to squint at the boards at the big end of the track. You've got S14 versus Mustang down. It's actually a really close one.
It actually was very close across the finish line. Only 0.2 across the finish line there, Pat.
Yeah.
And 166 kilometres an hour was the Mustang to 156 for the Sylvia in the rocket lane. All right, Toyota Supra versus the Monaro in the rocket lane. So the Monaro out in front, Pat, 139 kilometres an hour through the finish line.
Yeah, certainly got there first. There's a bit of a mismatch, I guess, with the starting time there. So generally today is just a bit of a feel-out event with roll racing. I mean, we've been working on the setup and the running of this type of racing here at Sydney Dragway for a couple of events now. But the idea is basically you roll out. The car in the aeroflow lane, or the left lane, is the one that's going to be setting the pace of 50 kilometres an hour. So once you basically, the two cars are side by side, and you're both doing around 50 kilometres an hour. As you cross through where the original start line is, and up to about the 60-foot mark, and you'll see the green light drop, and that's basically where the racing starts. So even though it's not a championship sort of level event at the moment, it's still a good idea just to get it all squared away, because the closer you run to a fair race, then the better indication you've got of how your car's going to go.
And that's exactly right, Pat. Of course, as people come to Sydney Dragway and learn the best way to attack the track in roll racing, because as we've said before, the setup is a little bit different to traditional drag racing in how you actually accelerate away from that ideal 50 kilometre an hour mark. So there we go. The Mazda driver in the aeroflow lane hitting the start line at 49 kilometres an hour, which is perfect. The Evo right beside. Looks like the Evo will get across the finish line first there. 189 kilometres an hour across the finish line to 172 for the Mazda in the airflow lane there. So yes, as I was saying, the closer that you can run the car to how you will need to once we actually do start racing a little bit more seriously, then that will give you an indication whether the changes or the setup that you have is going to give you the result that you need to bring that win light on at the top end.
Yeah, exactly right, Bushy. And as you mentioned, there's no knockout, there's no eliminations here today. We're basically just heading on down there, letting everyone have a go. Bit of a squirm for the VZ in the rocket lane. It does cross through first, 204 kilometres an hour to 167 in the aeroflow lane. No shortage of power for the VZ Calais. Right, we're just waiting on the next competitor. Looks like it's the Turbo DC5R.
This will be interesting, Pat.
Yeah, I think I know which one's going to win out of these two, to be honest.
Yeah, I think we're thinking the same along the same lines.
Yep.
It'd be more interesting. I'm more interested to see how fast it gets there, not when.
How fast and how long it travels, like the distance that it travels, because this car generally doesn't go in a straight line.
No. It's funny that usually around half track it says, you know what, I'm going over this way now.
Wanders around a bit. It's a bit distracted.
One of those cars hard on the limiter and the launch into second or third gear, I'd say. And the Honda does get through the finish line first, 190 kilometres an hour through the top end. The HSV not too far behind though, 172.
No, not too far behind. I think the Honda might have been a bit caught out in the gear.
Yes,
it was way too high in maybe second gear before the launch there. But that's like you were just saying. You know, these days where there's no eliminations or anything, it's perfect for you to figure out, okay, what gear do I need to be in? You know, where am I going to launch it? When am I going to hit the anti-lag, etc., etc.
Well, I think too, obviously with the rolling start, you do have a little bit more variable. You know, like you're not going up to the start line every time at the same speed either.
Yes.
So you know, it could be a difference of 5 or 10 kilometres an hour. It's going to change how the car actually reacts.
That's right.
I guess the only way to, I'll use the word police that, is that you know, we bring in something like a pit lane speed limiter that, you know, other forms of motorsport have, where it's a moving speed limiter that would work, but then obviously, you know, everyone would have to have it.
And
so
you got to check it. So it's a bit tricky. So it's, you know, that's where you're going to have spotters and you know, people sort of watching and go, okay, well, if this person's doing the right speed, that person was ahead of them, so that's wrong.
Yes.
So there's a lot of it to figure out.
Oh, 100%. And I think obviously the anticipation of wanting to win the race means that you do normally approach a little bit quicker. Like both those cars there, well over 80 kilometres an hour up to that speed. I tell you what, the
Civic is no slouch.
no, look at the
225.
speed. Wow, wow.
It's another one of those pesky
Yeah,
turbo Hondas, you know.
yeah, definitely a sleeper. You wouldn't think that coming up against that at the start line that you were going to see that sort of speed.
No, not at all. Now, something that's unique to Sydney Dragway. We've got a bit of bike roll racing. Looks like we've only got the one pair to go down at the moment. But, and the BMW with a big wheelie, styling that out, just pulling a wheelie and pulling away from the rider in the other lane. Across at 225 kilometres an hour to 169 in the Aeroflow lane. It's got to feel pretty good, pulling a wheelie and winning.
Yes, definitely, Pat. And I mean, as an indication, that Civic ran the same speed across the top end. So it's not often that you can say that your street car is compatible to a motorcycle.
Yeah, no, definitely not with modern superbikes. They're ridiculously fast. All right, Blue Evo in the Aeroflow lane, Golf R in the Rocket lane. Bit of a stretch there, but we'll see what the speeds work out to be. 215 for the Evo, 197 for the Golf. That's a pretty quick Golf.
Yeah, both pretty quick, but and both improving on their previous speed that they ran across the finish line.
Yep. Okay, I can see the S15 back again, the 2J S15. And the BA Falcon, by the looks of things. Let's see how the S15 goes with traction this time. Last time out, had a big bunch of wheel spin on the way out. Falcon definitely getting the jump. I think he's going to hold out the Sylvia. 192 to 181 on that pass.
Yeah, so the Falcon pretty consistent based on its previous run. The Sylvia there just having, I don't know, didn't look to come on or want to accelerate at the same pace that the Falcon did there.
Yeah, either driver was just sort of sleeping on the light or the car just wasn't ready to go. It's a nice close start there. Nice big backfire tag and limiter on the RX-7. 33 is going to get it. 229 kilometres per hour. Didn't pick one up in the Rocket lane for some reason.
I always like the time delay when you see that, the big flash of flame out the pipe and then the big bang a few seconds later as sound travels.
That's it. All right, Audi S3 versus Civic Type R.
Not too much in that one across the finish line, Pat, but I don't think we've got the speed recorded on that one.
No, I didn't catch it. But everyone's definitely realised that roll racing's happening. There's quite a few cars lined up in the lanes. To be honest, I think I can see some competition cars down there going to give it a go as well, which is good to see.
Pulsar versus the Hyundai in the Rocket lane. Pulsar out in front at the moment. Yeah, 173 kilometres an hour through the finish line to 166 for the Hyundai.
Some of the best burnouts that we've seen today from that Pulsar.
Yes.
I think it's got a little, like an SR20 turbo swap.
Yes.
In the front of it. Yeah, him and the other silver sedan.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, we know all cars will do a burnout if you try hard enough, but it's just the level of mechanical sympathy.
That's exactly right, yeah. And the silver sedan is 100% a single spinner as well. So I don't know how much tyre he's got left on the driver's side and front, but
maybe they've swapped it around during the lunch break.
Hopefully swap them over, left to right. All right.
Yes, Ben, I've got mechanical sympathy. Too much of it.
All right, this should be an interesting pass. We've got the Cortina again. I think It's got Race Solutions on the rear windscreen, and Osmond's Racing Evo down here, so you know there's always plenty of pep in its step. Certainly couldn't wait to get going down there, but it's Evo buttoned off maybe?
Yes.
Yeah. 222 kph for the Cortina, 142 for the Evo. I think, yeah, it's either missed a gear or it's hit a limiter earlier today as well. Some sort of, yeah. Wasn't happy about it. That's all right.
Well, it definitely sounds like a sequential box in that car. I mean, it's, you know, do they hit the shift every time though? Like, I'm just wondering if that can be not an issue, but something that does plague the sequential.
I think what can happen if you, a lot of the time they've got a like a shift cut, so they've got like a little spark cut or something like that on the shifter, and if the timing of that is not quite right, that can cause a bit of an issue because it doesn't take the load off the gearbox. Wide body Evo versus the VL 213. The Evo gets there first, but 215 kph for the VL in the rocket lane.
Yeah, speaking of burnouts, I think the VL did a pretty serious burnout.
It also did a pretty serious burnout,
yes.
Which we would expect nothing less.
Yeah.
So it's good.
Tick the box.
Exactly. All right, S15, Sylvia versus R33 Skyline on this pass. 33 Sia versus S15 GT. Not a bad start.
Sylvia out in front at the moment. 194 kilometres an hour through the top end. And 181 there for the Skyline. A little bit of fume out of the Sylvia at the top end up the hill there.
Yep. I touched on it earlier, Bushy. It's really important if you're running a catch can, if you've got a turbo car or a heavily modified car and you're running an external catch can for your breathers, just make sure that drain those out.
Yep.
Especially with roll racing, because you just flat out for so long down here that if it's full, then it's going to pressurise and it'll start spraying all everywhere, and it's not going to be a great deal.
Well, obviously the volume of fluid that you're catching in your catch can is increased if you're running E85 or any sort of exotic fuel.
Absolutely.
Because you just get the bypass from the fuel and the excess vapor. So definitely, you know, if you're running E85, make sure you check your catch can.
Check those catch cans. We've seen some big messes and some very
expensive
unfortunate accidents, as a result of a full catch can. All right. Nanu out there, the Falcon, struggling with a bit of grip, but as it goes past the light, it's going to lead the way home for the Monaro. 219 to a 204 for the Monaro down there. So Nanu made a couple of passes earlier today. It's put together by the guys at Gambin Builds. I think it was pretty early off the throttle and on the brakes in the drag racing side of things. But made a pretty clean pass here at Roll Racing. Right, a couple more Barra Falcons. Out there, the BF is out in front and will stay that way to the FG. 205 kph to the BF, 194 for the FG F6. This should be an interesting race. Barra Turbo action versus Aspo.
The manually shifted, XR Falcon. Now this is the one we saw moving around every time it plucked a gear.
It was entertaining, that's for sure. And still moving around in roll racing as well. Leaving some black tracks on the way down there. This is going to be a close one. F6 gets there, 232.96 to 220 for the XR Falcon.
Yeah, the XR pushing a little bit more air at the top end with that big scoop and
the scoop on the front of it, yeah.
And the inherently square front end.
Yep. But I would say a big weight penalty to the modern Falcon as well. You know, those things are about 1,800 kilos.
Yeah.
I can't imagine an XR Falcon would be that heavy, especially in race car trim.
You're probably right. So what you're saying is the aero,
the weight versus the aero. I don't know. This is a lot. This is a lot smarter conversation than the brain power that's going on here.
What are you saying?
I'm not saying anything. Just simply talking about myself. I'm not sure how
I think
it weighs
I'm
out.
included in that.
But if I'm not mistaken, the XR Falcon is naturally aspirated, whereas the turbo cars, as we always know, the big end for mile per hour. Nice chaser getting on down there next to the RS3. Haven't seen that today in competition. Looks like the RS3 is going to hold it out, 191 to 161 for, I think it was a JZX 100. Down there, a couple more Evos, likely characters at a roll racing event.
Yeah, funny that.
They're, yeah, well, unfortunately, we found out why earlier today when one dumped its guts on the track doing drag racing.
Yes, that was a substantial mishap, unfortunately.
Yeah, the old transfer case, eh? All good. Here we go. We've got 2 Evos on the way down. Osmond's Racing has brought a whole bunch today. That grey Evo is not messing about, and he's early on the brakes too. So 189 kph to 220 for the yellow car.
Do you know what there? That car went dead straight. Didn't talk steer, nothing.
Yeah, I'm very impressed.
Yeah?
Very, very impressed. And I reckon it probably would have been up around that 220 mark if he stayed on it. So, yeah, keen for the next one. This was a bit of a surprise pack, this BF Falcon that's about to roll through today, Bushy. I don't know if you remember this one. It looks like a stocker, but it's been running 1070s all day.
It's even got the tow bar on it.
Yeah, tow bar on the back. He's given away a weight penalty there again.
I wonder how long that'll be before that's the parachute mount.
I reckon it's probably next week. All right, 203 kph for the BF Falcon, 133 for the VE Commodore. Next pairing, R31 Skyline versus R33 Skyline. 31's definitely got the advantage there.
It definitely looks like it's improving with each pass out. That 31 Skyline's been coming to Sydney Dragway for a little bit of time now, and I don't recall it running anywhere near as quick as what it has today. So definitely put some time, effort and money into certainly the power plant there.
Hit the page up button.
Yep.
As we like to see. So, yeah, run a high 10, I think.
Yes.
1080, something earlier today. So, it's really good. All right, another forward-on-forward action down here. We've got the FG Ute versus the Mustang. This is going to be a close one as well.
Yeah, I think the Ute got back in front across the finish line. 168 kilometres an hour through to 157 there for the Mustang. Looked like the Falcon just propped a little bit coming off up to the start, which gave the Mustang the lead.
A little bit of a jump.
And then the Ute worked its way back around.
From everything that I can tell with the drag racing ETs that has been running, that Mustang's stock as a rock as well, I think. So just out here having fun, being consistent. Here we go. Holden Ute versus Camaro race car. Let's see. Both a bit of a squirm on the hit, but side by side down the track.
Still locked together at 1,000 feet. And the Ute will take it, Pat. 207 kilometres an hour. There was only 200s to a 208 run.
That was super close.
Yeah.
Very good racing. This will be interesting. The little red XR5 coming up next after this pairing. It's got to be one of the quickest XR5s that I've seen out here, I think.
What ETs was it running?
I'm pretty sure it was like an 1170.
Yeah, wow.
So, not, again, for what it is, you know. And super clean, super straight, you know.
Yeah, seem to have had a fair resurgence with people getting into that model focus now. You know, what were they, like 2010 or 11, I think?
I think it was released even earlier. So I worked for a Ford dealership when they were released.
Yes.
And that was around, I think it was 2008.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah.
Must have been the last of
2007, something like that. That's the second model though. I think that's called an LV.
Yes.
Bit of a shame because the Integra's overshadowed it there at 220.
Well,
but 203 kilometres an hour over Focus is
I'm
not.
just going to say, I think the Focus definitely held its own.
100%, yeah.
Held its own at the top end of the racetrack. Of course, got another cylinder there, but still.
Well, that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
But K-Series.
Yes. Say no more.
Yes. All right, a couple more bikes down here. We've got the Suzuki GSX 1000 and a Yamaha R7.
And the airflow lane will take it there, Pat. 180 kilometres an hour to 170 in the rocket lane.
Not bad, really, for a 700cc bike, is it? You know?
No.
And it's designed to go around corners, not drag racing. Like it's sort of a track bike.
Yes.
R7. Okay, FC RX7 in the rocket lane. Up against the Golf R. Wolfsburg edition, if I'm not mistaken. You can see a little badge on the boot there. It's for all the VW nerds out there.
Well, it's certainly showing the Mazda the way.
Absolutely, 197 kph versus 148 for the FC.
Do you know what you get extra for the special VW version?
I think it's just a badge.
Well, okay, I would have thought maybe.
No, I think there's some
brakes.
fancy bits and pieces and some different
trim
interior. Yeah, trims and all that sort of stuff. I don't think there was anything seriously mechanically
You
different.
didn't get another 1,000 horsepower.
Definitely not. All right, the 2J Sylvia laying down the rubber here. Unfortunately, not getting it ahead of the R33. 33 is going to go through at 229 kilometres an hour. S15, 183. It's got, the number plate is Silpra, so it's got a 2J in it. So, like, you know, that's nice. And it's obviously making all the horsepower, but just too much for the rear end. Because it's just bombing the tyres every time he gets on it. Maybe he needs to try a higher gear.
Yes.
Just so the torque's a bit flatter, you know.
Yeah,
it doesn't just bash
load
the
it up
tyres
a
off
little
it.
bit.
Yep. All right. I30N versus No Lag Evo.
And the Evo definitely in front here. 197 kilometres an hour through the finish line to 168 for the I30 in the airflow lane.
Yeah, I don't know if the GFB I30 is modified at all, but it's like it's a pretty stout little performance car.
Yeah.
From the factory.
Yeah, they've certainly got a very strong following.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no shortage of worked Hyundais out here, courtesy of Cherry Tuning. I think it's probably the number one Hyundai tuning guy in Sydney. 184 from the Pulsar. It took a lot longer for N14, N15 Pulsars to get to 184 kilometres an hour, traditionally when they came out.
Hang on. Did they ever? Is the question you need to ask.
Oh, it may or may not have happened on a private road somewhere.
Oh, right.
Back in the day. But, yeah. Depending on the spec.
Did you have
Triple S, mate. No worries.
Did you have one of those?
No, I didn't have one of those, but friends did. I was telling Benny earlier today, it was either, if you were into front-wheel drive Japanese cars, it was either the EK Civic VTIR or the N15 Triple S Pulsar. They were the hot hatches.
Yes.
Back in the day. 202 kilometres an hour for the airflow lane to 185 in the rocket lane.
Well, as I was coming in this morning, I haven't seen it racing, but it must be on display down in the pits, was a super clean 1600 twin cam, like the early Seeker,
Yeah, nice.
you know, the boxy
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
There is one that races every now and then.
Yep.
Pretty sure it lives in my street.
Okay.
But yeah, this one, very clean example.
Nice. There's Evo 6 out there versus the Audi S4. That Evo looks super clean as well. I'll try and pay a bit more attention next time that comes around. 191 versus 186 in the Rocket Lane. Starting to see a few more cars that we haven't seen through the lanes today, which is great. Everyone out here having a good go. We've got another, I think that's the S15 GT and the VL Calais Turbo, but LS Turbo instead of RB. Taken off, I think is the plate I saw out there. Bit of a squirm. I'll tell you what, the S15's keeping him honest.
Sure is.
Bit of limiter action happening out there. The VL just gets there. 207 kilometres an hour versus 193 for the S15.
Yeah, around 0.3 of a second across the finish line, but I think the result might have been a little bit different if the traction was there for the VL.
It was turn the tyres a little bit at the beginning.
Was doing what LSs do.
All right, I can see beautiful FD RX-7 and looks like an RS3 rolling through. JC Racing on the windscreen of the RX-7 and I think power tune for the Audi, so a bit of horsepower on display out here. RS3 is, at half track 180. I think he might save it for a couple more passes there.
Yeah. I would too. I think in fairness, so he came out from under the building here a little bit quicker than probably should have.
Oh, good. Next pairing looks like the Mazda 6 MPS and S2000 down there. Again, that is one of the cars that we haven't seen run in the drag racing, so we'll see what it can do on a roll. I think this Mazda 6 went about 176-ish, mid-170s last pass out. There, yeah, 172. It's on the screen in front of you, Pat. You moron. Thanks for pointing that out, Bushy.
I was discreetly pointing it out.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. All right, yeah, 179, so small improvement. 177 for the S2000, so probably better than perhaps expected.
Next up, we've got the Holden Ute taking on the Evo Lancer. That Lancer is out of here. Once again, rolling out of the throttle. Still manages 160 kilometres an hour to 185 in the rocket lane for the Ute.
Yeah, that Evo is definitely hiding a bit of performance in the top end.
Yeah, he's 175 at half track.
This VE PSI that's been out here today.
Oh yes,
that's
very
been,
very nice car that one.
Making plenty of horsepower. It'll be interesting to see if he can get enough traction as he goes down the track to.
Yeah, the paintwork on that car, I saw it when I came in, was in the staging. There's so much you can reach into it.
Beautiful. Barra crime happening on the track now. This is going to be another close race actually. Looks like the FG might just pip it. Yeah, 232 to 207 in the rocket lane there. Only 2 bikes to go in the roll racing, Bushy. What a shame.
It's a little bit disappointing. We had
bike night was just on.
We did just have bike night. It was one of the biggest bike night we've had here at Sydney Dragway, Pat. There was over 200 entries. 200
entries. I saw that. That was very impressive. Benny and I both rode today. Maybe we should go out there and do some roll racing as well.
Sure.
Ben's
I'm
got
hearing excuses from the background.
All right, VEPSI laying the black tracks, most of the track down there. He's going to cross through at 226 kilometres an hour, 187 for the VF. All right, just letting those cars go around the corner at the end of the track, and we'll get the bikes through. Swapped lanes, same bikes, different lanes. Looks like it's going to be the same result. We didn't get the times on that one. Right, we'll have the bikes to go around, and we'll have our next pairing out. We can see VY Ute, Turbo Ute, which I think is that Eden, Area 51?
Looks like it, yes.
Ute, I think
yes.
he's usually out here for the track championships. And Animal RX-7.
Looks like he's got a taller set of tyres on the Ute, probably to try and get that gear ratio better for the shift.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a struggle for traction though. RX-7 actually gets there first at 202, but the Ute was coming on strong at the back end of the track at 209 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, well, we've seen that Ute run 140 plus mile an hour on a traditional 400 metre drag race.
Yep. Evo 5 versus R31. The Evo walking around the track as they do. Evo shuffle.
187 at half track, and then just, you know what, I'm getting out of this deal.
You might have been saying I'm changing my pants.
Well, I think maybe if I was a passenger, perhaps.
Yeah. Looks like the R31 aborted the run as well, only 138 across the line. All right, next pair, we've got the Evo, blue Evo, that's the red XR5 Focus. Bit of a slingshot mode engaged for the Evo there, not waiting for the green light. Let's see, 216 kilometres an hour for the Evo, 202 once again for the XR5. Yeah, green lights, once you've seen one, you've seen them all, you know. All right, next pairing, FG Falcon versus VF Commodore. Schoolyard bragging rights.
Tipping the Falcon here just quietly.
I think you're on the winner.
I tried to say it before this started.
That's all right.
Yep. I picked the result. I was trying to call the bikes on Friday night, Pat, and there was quite a few that I was sure were going to win, but they got pipped right at the finish line.
It's tricky with bikes because it's so... But unless you really know what the bike is,
yes,
it's difficult to sort of say how fast it is.
Yes.
You know, like some bikes you'll look at and you go, wow, that's really fast, and then something doesn't look so much is.
Yes.
Or you'll have something that's heavily modified that you can't tell.
Yeah, a bit of a sleeper
Yeah,
arrangement. Yeah.
sleeper build or something like that. Yeah, that's right, Benny. The R7 Turbo. Everything under the fairings. All right, Mustang versus Falcon Ute.
I think there's two raced each other last time.
Yeah.
A Mustang with a bit of a gap on the start line this time around. I don't think there was enough of performance advantage for the Ute to come around. Probably close the gap, but on the brakes early for the Ute. And the Mustang will take it 150 kilometres an hour.
The Evo showing off a bit of rolling anti-lag there by the looks of things. All right, Fry 22s, the orange Falcon, back up with the purple MR2. Falcon definitely getting up on the boost earlier there. MR2 a little bit lazy. 209 for the Falcon, 206.
Yeah, so very close in the speed there, Pat. Just the Falcon, I think, as you said, got on the boost a little bit quicker.
Yep. 4 litres of displacement, usually going to help over I don't know, 2 or so, I'm guessing. Right, Monaro versus Commodore sedan. Sound like a bit of a supercharger wind down there. I dare say the Monaro's got a bit of boost on it.
Yeah, 190 kilometres an hour. It's a big step up from the previous pass.
Yeah.
Some 50 kilometres an hour.
Okay. Tegra Type R versus 33 Skyline. You want to put a tip on this one, Bushy, or do we not need to?
I'm going to go the Honda. Surprise, surprise.
Oh, really? That's who I would have backed too, mate.
Again,
Run
tagging
out of
that
gear.
bit up.
Yep.
I'll see you at the finish line.
222 kilometres an hour for the DC5R to 204 for the R33.
Yeah, the Skyline definitely keeping it honest.
Yeah.
And the Honda there not doing the Wanda. Went
No.
pretty much dead straight that time.
The Honda Wanda. Nice one, Benny. We've got a credit, Ben, for that one. All right, so we've got the Evo Shuffle and the Honda Wanda.
Yeah.
I like it. All right, so we got the little Power Tune Audi RS3 back out again. Anytime I've seen an Audi with a proper carbon bonnet on it, I'm always...
It just grabs your attention, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quick.
I haven't seen the... is it the Galano Motorsports RS3, the grey one? I haven't seen that for a while.
Pacortec, either one. I can't remember which
I can't remember. It's got a full cage and everything in it.
Yeah, I think Galano was tuning and Pacortec were building from memory.
Yes. I saw it across the road and then here as well. 197 kilometres an hour at half track.
Half track.
Wow.
Yep.
And then buttoned off to 170 across the finish line for the airflow lane there.
I think, what do we got? It's just after 2 o'clock. We're roll racing until 3. I think we've got another 40 minutes to see that thing run it out the back door.
Yeah. Pretty sure we're not going to see it on the burnout pad.
No, I don't think so. RX-7 in airflow lane. Left behind here, the Commodore missing the cue. 206 kph for the RX-7. Now the Commodore's got a big slingshot, so yeah, 215 for that one. Oh, sorry, it's the first time for the HSV through roll racing. So okay, we've got wide body Evo coming through with the Ford Cortina.
Well, this should be pretty close based on their best speeds so far this afternoon.
I think so.
Only 4Ks now the difference. The Evo at 217.
All right, we're about to find out.
I'm guessing that the Cortina doesn't have the Crossflow 6 in it anymore.
No, I don't think so. It's definitely got the jump on the Evo there. It's going to stretch the legs. 203, so 221, so down a little bit in peak speed. All right, next pass up. Okay, we've got BA versus BF Falcon. These cars have been pretty close on drag racing. Looks like the grey BF has got the jump, but the BA, both on the brakes. Okay, so there's a bit of gamesmanship going on with that pair. Interesting. The next one, we've got the infamous Teflon out in the staging lanes. But the car pass only made one attempt at drag racing earlier today, I believe. But certainly a roll racer. So let's see what he can do here at Sydney Dragway. We've got the GR Yaris in the aeroflow lane against Teflon in the rocket lane. Big movement, but overall Teflon's pretty straight, fighting the torque steer in the back half of the lane, keeps it in the lane. 238 kilometres an hour for Teflon in the rocket lane to 205 for the Yaris. So certainly no slouch for the GR Yaris there. But Teflon doing what Teflon does. Okay, next up I can see you've got the FC RX-7 once more, and it looks like another RS3 Audi down there. Good to go. Bit of throttle jump in there for the RX-7. Doesn't seem too happy. Yeah, certainly fallen over a little bit there on the performance as it makes its way down the track. RS3 cruising through 151 for that one. And looks like the 33 Skyline up against, I think that might be Nanu, the FG, built by Gambin. Just waiting for these two to come around the corner, and they are. Next pairing through the tunnel. Should be a good run, actually. 33 definitely getting on it. It's going to lead the way through against the Falcon. The Falcon's on the brakes early as well. 219 kph versus 204 for the Falcon. 33 has been really consistent. All right, next pairing we've got LSA VF Commodore and I think Turbo VZ. Good timing on the gas. I think the VF might be there first. It is 223 to 221. So nice close race between the two Holden products there. Another pair coming up. We've got the Calais GM Calais and the R31 Turbo Skyline. Well on the money with starting speed between these two cars, and it's going to be a close race down there. Looks like the VZ is going to be just in front. Does just take the win. 202 kilometres an hour to 201. 1/10 of a second across the line. Okay, XR5 versus FG, F6. XR5 trying a bit of brake boosting happening out there, and it seems to work pretty well. It's going to just edge out the F6, I think, and it certainly does. 206 to 194. Not too many F6 owners thinking of an XR5 is going to beat them, that's for sure. So, great to see. Next pair, we've got VX Commodore versus the old XR Falcon race car. Another wild launch, I'd say, from the XR. There we go, squirms around on the back tyres, grabs a gear. Certainly going to lead the way, trying to turn the tyres the whole way down the track. 220 kilometres an hour with a nice margin over the VX Commodore 187 in the rocket lane. Okay, we got the VF, SS back out again, and VE, PSI. Both cars being very restrained, waiting till the green light drops, but VE PSI is going to stretch its legs down there. 231 to 189 in the Rocket Lane. Right, back around again. We're going to see the little silver Pulsar sedan back up against the Type R Civic. These two have been paired up quite a few times today, both in drag racing and roll racing. N14, he's got the hazard lights on as he's going down the track. I don't know if he's trying to diss his mate in the Type R, but he's going to flare it out. 184 kph to 182. It's certainly a little bit of a handful, that little Pulsar. Right, Golf R versus FG Ute. And a good pairing about to show up as well. It looks like another Osmonds Racing Evo 5 versus the little silver turbo Integra. On this pass though, Golf R gets the win, 204 to 167 for the Falcon Ute. Yeah, this should be pretty interesting. We've got, looks like it's Evo time. We've got a bunch of them lining up out in the staging lanes right now. So here goes the 5, and the Integra just might have had a bit of a hiccup on the launch there. Both not worried about starting speed. We've got Evo Shuffle and the Honda Wanda happening on track at the same time. So yeah, the Evo definitely backing out of it. 203 at half track, 206 at the end of the strip. So a lot more to be had by both cars on that one. I think I can see Teflon again about to come out against the red Commodore Ute. Let's see. There you go. So the Osmonds Racing crew down on the trackside viewing area. Missed a shift though, Teflon. Is he going to be able to gather it back up? Whoa! Tags the cone in the center of the line. Man. Actually gets the win as well. 234 to 219. But yeah, a bit of a driving job there. So I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Teflon doing Teflon things. Slipping and sliding down the big end of the track there. We'll just have to reset that timing cone. So we'll just hold the next crew. I can see the GTI-R, Osmonds Racing GTI-R down there. Another Evo about to head out. I think that might be, could be the no lag Evo coming up against the GTI-R. Let's get that timing cone squared up. Check out a couple of bits and pieces on the track there. Make sure everyone's safe and the surface is ready. All right. Everyone is just about good to go. And we've just got the next pair coming through the tunnel right now. Okay. No lag versus the GTI-R Pulsar. It's got a bit of a shuffle going on as well, but it's going to cruise on through. It'll take the win at 186, getting there first, but the Evo was going to run through at 206 kilometres an hour. Next pair on the way through. We've got a couple of Osmond Racing Evos. Here they go. Osmond boys are out in force today. That grey Evo 8 is straight as. Ooh, the red one, bit of a smoke show about 3/4 track. 214 kilometres an hour for the Aeroflow lane. 174 off the gas for the Rocket lane. We'll just check. It could be, I don't know, might not be happy a little bit. Could just be a full catch can. I know I yap on about catch cans all the time, but it's a thing that we see a lot of out here at the track and with roll racing, because there's a lot of full throttle action happening. If the engine breathes a little bit and that catch can's a little full, it'll just spew out through the breathers, and not great. Not great. Everything looks to be pretty well okay. So we've got the next pair coming through, Audi versus Supra. A90 Supra. Let's see how this can run. Trying a bit of brake boosting here. Gets away. The Audi's keeping him honest. This is going to be a pretty close run. Tied with the speed at the 8th mile. Supra gets there first, 185 to 185. So really close race between those two. Okay. VL Calais LS Turbo up against the Evo 6. Really beautiful car, that Evo 6. Really well prepared. Probably just slacking a little bit on the horsepower stakes and things when compared to the LS Turbo. Didn't get the speeds on the timing boards for that one, unfortunately, but it was pretty obvious result. All right, the LS2 MPS6 out there for another pass, and the Mustang as well. All right, let's have a look. We've got the blue RS3 from PowerTune up again. Let's see if we can't PB to the half track. Hear that 5-cylinder screaming away. Exorcist is the number plate on it. It's got the green light. Just a slow roll into the throttle on that one. But still going to back off well before the finish line. So 177 half track, 193. Full track on that one. Didn't seem like it was quite ready to go on that pass. It was a bit of, I don't know if it was just slowly rolled into the throttle or was something wasn't quite right, but plenty of opportunity to make a few more passes here this afternoon. All right, S15 GT up against the RX-7. Nice pairing here. RX-7 is going to have the edge. Goes through at 210 kilometres an hour, 154 for the S15. I'm not sure if the S15's super healthy out there. A few puffs of smoke. There was a little bit of smoke coming out of the exhaust when it left the staging lane just then. Might need a bit of a cool down. All right, a couple more BF and BA Falcons lined up for the next pass. T&D brothers bringing the Barra turbo action today. F6 King. So yeah, the BFF6 definitely leading the way on this pass. 234 kilometres an hour versus 219 in the Rocket lane. Okay. 3-pot GR Yaris and VE PSI lined up down there. I think the Yaris gave a little bit of a scare to VE until it started packing on the horsepower. 232 in the Rocket lane, 205 in Aeroflow lane. Certainly did keep him honest. All right, I can see the Silpra back down there in the lanes, and the Evo, the blue Evo. Let's see how Silpra goes. See if he's maybe going to grab a higher gear or something, just try and roll the power in a little smoother. Yeah, that looked a bit nicer. A bit more traction this time. The Evo still got out on him. Let's see, 206 for the Evo, Silpra 182. So it was a cleaner start from the S15, but yeah, just didn't want to make the horsepower. Next pairing through, we got 33 Skyline versus the Golf R. Good rolling anti-lag from the Golf R. That's a bit sneaky. Golf's going to take the win, 200 kilometres an hour to 194 for the 33. As we go through, it's a pretty clean pass from both cars there. And looks like FG Ute and the VL Bellina up next. Let's see. I'd say it'd be a close run, but maybe the VL. VL's on it early. Let's see if he can keep the lead. Definitely better car length in it from what I can see here. A couple more across the line, 168 to 165, so horsepower not too different, but the VL being a lighter car managed to make up the distance. Right, next pairing will be the wide body Evo and purple MR2. Let's have a look. Both spooling up pretty well, but the Evo's going to get the jump. Let's see what the MR2... I think I could hear a little bit of maybe some misfire or some breaking up down the track there. So 215 for the Evo, 181, the MR2. And looks like the GTI-R is back around again with Fry 22s. Let's see if the GTI-R can get another full pull. Starting to move around in the last run. It's got the parachute on the back, so you know that there's a lot of potential there. It's got a bit of a wiggle, but pretty straight overall. Nice pass, 243 kilometers per hour for the GTI-R, 216 for the Falcon. It's 243, I think, is the fastest speed that we've seen so far today. It's got the chute on the back, so should be no issues there for him to keep going. Next one, I can see another pair of red Evos. So we've got, I think that's no lag, and another Osmonds Racing Evo. I can't remember the number plate. I think it's like 3 digits. Go, no lag versus 9H. The Rocket Lane is on a mission. Looks like he's buttoned off after half track again. So playing the game out there, 209 for no lag and 171. All right. Nice clean run. All right, here's the next pairing. VZ Calais GM versus the red XR5. XR5 was just cracking the 200km/h mark last time, so a bit of brake boosting involved, figuring it out. Let's see, we just had our track crew having a look at the track in the right lane. Next pairing's just about ready to go. All right, here we go. Calais GM up against XR5. XR5's on the brakes. Cuts a clean light with the brake boosting, and I think that Commodore is going to be pretty surprised that the XR5 has taken the win there. 203km/h versus 200. Very, very impressive. Good to see the Osmonds Racing crew down there in the VIP viewing section. The Evo 5 walking down the track. Once again, we got the Evo Shuffle and the Honda Wanda happening at the same time. Didn't get times on the scoreboards, unfortunately, so really wanted to see what the speed was for that yellow Evo 5 down there. Wait for the next pass. We got the red Turbo Ute back out again against the VFSS. Whoa, big loss of traction for the Ute. Stayed into it on the way down the track. Crosses through for 212km/h, 172 in the aeroflow lane. Yeah, that Ute, it's got a big tall tyre on there, but it's still wagging its tail around as it starts to put the boost in. Okay, VL Calais versus VF HSV. GTS, both not short of power. LS looks like it's going to get the jump. Sorry, the VL. It does 224 to 222. Close race. Good one down there. All right, we got the Mustang versus the 6 MPS. Oh, 6 MPS has missed the start, I think there. It's gonna just squeeze out the Mustang. It does 166 versus 161. Okay, another pair up. Got the black Evo 6 back up against the A90 Supra. Okay, A90 versus Evo 6. Should be a close race actually, looking at their previous times. A90 Supra gets there, 186. Gets there first, a 191 from the Evo 6. So definitely close race. All right, you got the GFB i30N back up next with the Burgundy R33 Skyline. Gonna roll through. Dare say the Skyline's gonna edge this one out, but surprises have happened. Yeah, it's going to get there first. the 33, 194 to 169 for the I-30. Okay, you can see VE, HSV about to head through up against the red XR5 again. This XR5 is taking no prisoners today. Back to back, yeah. It's probably got one hell of an intercooler on it, I tell you. Yes, VE's trying to do a burnout. XR5 still 201, definitely gets their first 214 from the VE. Next pairing will be VE PSI up against the black BA Falcon. VE PSI taking the win there, 230 kilometres an hour versus 222 for the Barra Falcon. And we've got the Ford Cortina back at the line, this time up against the blue RS3. Let's see if we get, we've still got about 20 minutes or so of roll racing before we start the burnouts, so the RS3 might get a couple more test passes in before we see it run out the back door. Let's have a look and see how it goes. The Exorcist. Cortina is going to lead the way. RS3 heading towards the centre line. He pulls it back and jumps on the brakes. 181 half track, 186 at the end of the track. Definitely takes the win. Cortina was out of it early as well, so I don't know if there was maybe an issue there or just holding out for another run maybe. Okay. Another Audi up against the yellow FD RX-7. Coming up next. Right, the RX-7 running through 194 kilometres an hour to 191 for the RS3. RS3 changing lanes in the braking area for some reason. Not quite sure what's happened there. But everyone seems to be around the corner safely, so all good. Next one, the Evo versus Silpra. Evo's definitely getting the jump. It's going to get there first, definitely. Didn't get the times on these guys, but yeah, the blue Evo's been performing really well today. Next pair, wide body Evo versus 1LH. Alright, here comes our next pair. This red Evo has definitely been nice pair of sequential Evos. The red one's going to run out at the back door. 271 kilometres an hour. 271 for the red Evo. 1NH out of the Osmonds Racing stable. Really nice, really nice. Good power. Might be the last pass if it's not teched, but that's all good. You can go back, fix it up, come back next time. Mustang and the VZ Calais. Calais getting there first on that pass. Okay, next pairing, we've got the green VY Ute versus the red XR5. Red XR5 fighting a bit of torque steer on this one. Oh, tagging the limiter pretty hard. Missed the shift maybe on that one. But yeah, on the brakes, still gets there first. Hopefully nothing too much of a drama with the XR5. It's been performing so well all day. Get down the end, I can see the turbo DC5R coming through again in the FG Utes. Honda wandering all over the track as it's trying to put the power down. Definitely gets the win. The little Yaris taking out the win there, 208 kilometers per hour, 172 for the GFB i30N. Another pass, looks like. Okay, A90 Supra up next versus the VF SS in the aeroflow lane. VF SS is going to lead the way. Let's see. The A90 might have the legs on it. Yeah, definitely takes the win there, 185 to 169 for the Supra. Next pairing will be the black Evo 6 up against the burgundy R33 GTS. Seeing 196 out of the R33. I think been the 180s for the Evo. Let's see how it shows up. 33 is on it. The Evo is keeping him honest. Let's see. R33, 192 to 185 for the Evo in the rocket lane. Bit of turbo LS action coming up next. We've got the VL Calais versus the VY Ute. Let's see if the Ute can't get a bit more traction now as it tries to put the power down. Seems a little bit better. Something has come off the Ute though in the rocket lane. Seem to back off. The VL goes through at 220 kilometers an hour, only 114 for the Ute. Looks like it might have. I don't know. Let's have a look. Is it hot? track walker's picking up something there. Yeah, might have lost a pipe, boost pipe, or a silicon hose or something like that as it went on down there. So, yeah. Looks like everything else is all good on the track though. Get the next pair of Evos down. We got Teflon and we got the grey Evo 8 from Osmond's Racing. And up next. All right, let's have a look. We got the Osmond's Cheer crew down here in the VIP section. Grey Evo is not hanging around to wait for the start. Whoa, Teflon. And that's not a pretty look for the Grey Evo in the rocket lane. Big bunch of smoke, potentially coolant down there, I'm sorry to say, guys. Teflon keeping it off the wall, which is great to see. Tag that cone. Right, hopefully everyone is safely around the corner at the big end of the track, so no major issues there, but yeah, potentially a bit of a clean-up in the braking area in the rocket lane. Guys, we'll let the track crew check out the big end of the track. We'll make a call on that, but in the meantime, we might throw it to some sponsor ads. We'll be right back here, probably heading into Burnouts at 3 o'clock. So we'll be right back here with more action. Aeroflow Performance, Race for Real Sunday sessions bring you Clay World here at Sydney Dragway.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts, and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent. It's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
All right, guys, so as you can see, we are packing up the roll racing setup out there on the track. Thanks to that little bit of a spill at the big end of the track, we just don't have enough time to get it cleaned up and get everyone racing again. So we will wrap up the racing section of the day, but never fear, there's still plenty more action happening. We've got the Burnouts about to start at 3 p.m. We've got plenty of pro cars. We've got, I believe, 16 Burnout cars for you today on Sunday, so there's going to be plenty of smoke. There's going to be plenty of limiter action. So in the meantime, get around, check out the rest of the action happening here with the Clay World promotion going on today. We've got show cars, we've got VIP guests, we've got traders down the back. There's plenty of food stalls to get around and get something to eat, get something to drink, and settle in for another good hour and a half or so of action here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be right back after some more messages from the ads. All right, guys, we're getting the burnout cars ready in the staging area. We've got a bunch of tough cars out there, but we do need a very special guest, Mr. Clay Wong. You should be here somewhere. I'm pretty sure you've been here all day. You're supposed to be jumping in one of these burnout cars as a passenger, mate. So make your way down to the staging lanes, please. Clay Wong, make yourself known to the track staff and make your way down to the staging area. And get you in one of those burnout cars, mate. For everyone else, sit tight. Won't be too much longer. We're getting all the safety precautions in place. We've got a ton of tough cars out here, pro cars and amateur cars, ready to bash a few tyres off for you down here at Sydney Dragway. All right, Sydney Dragway, you can see all your burnout cars coming through down there, led by Big Red. He's going to be the first one to get us set off. But just before we get these cars started and doing skids, make sure you are sitting behind the red bunting flags up in the stands. You've got to make sure you're back a bit further up. So you'll see the coloured seats. You've got the yellow seats and then the first red and blue ones. That's basically where you need to be, guys, a bit further up. The last thing we want is a big chunk of rubber or tyre coming out and smacking you square in the face. It'll ruin your Sunday, I guarantee you. So let's make sure everyone's sitting behind the bunting. Make sure you're where you're supposed to be. And we're about to get cracking on some killer burnouts. Here goes Big Red. Give it up for him. He's in top gear. He's going to send it.
Big entry speed into the pad there, Pat. Instant tyre smoke as well.
All of the limiter, Bushy.
Yes.
It's like he's done this before.
Yeah, just a few times here at Sydney Dragway and many other burnout venues around the place. Plus, I'm sure a few that won't be mentioned.
Private roads, maybe.
Private roads, those private roads, yes. Just enough breeze out there at the moment to allow us to see Big Red do what it does best.
Moving it around the pad really well. That was pretty close. On the whip there, using all of the pad like a seasoned skidder does. Tyres are gone. Both tyres gone, bar barely hanging off, all in under a minute. That's a nice one. Give it up for Big Red, everyone. Nice effort.
Certainly a very, very well sorted car, this one.
Absolutely. Here comes Hold On. The big fan favourite down here. Everyone knows about it. Tips it in.
Big RPM there as well, Pat.
Absolutely.
It's one gone already. It's both gone already.
I think we were barely 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I think it was like 32 seconds. I think that those tyres lasted on the back of that car.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. There was no holding on today. He was straight into the limiter.
Really?
Tyres are off. And he's on his way.
Really love that colour in the sunshine too, Pat. Looks absolutely fantastic.
Got to be one of the best presented burnout cars in the country. All right, we've got the VY Ute. Looks like it's up on the limiter. It's going to creep down the entry lane and whip it around for you. Well, he might not have the big blower hanging out the bonnet, but he's given it 100% throttle, that's for sure. The Utes out there to entertain you. So make sure you give him plenty of support. Oh, it's just bogged down a little bit. See if he can't salvage it. Yeah, drop it back a gear. There she goes. That's it. Blown one. We've got another one. We've got half the bar off. Most of the bar off. There goes 2 tyres. With 40 seconds to go. Give them a round of applause, guys. Nice effort from the VY Ute.
Big entry speed here once again. Pat's throwing it in.
All of the RPM, all of the smoke from 0Fs. Kalidi Clothing on board with these guys. They're no strangers to the burnout pad here at Sydney Dragway.
Definitely not.
All of the limiter involved going on here with the VK. I don't know if it's the hotter ambient temperature that we got going on today. It's a bit warmer here than it has been recently, but these tyres are not hanging around.
They're not hanging around.
That's a nice one. Give it up, 0Fs. The VK. Behind it. Is that the man? I think that's the man of the hour, Clay Wong. That's an experience, guys. Everyone knows this man, Nick Brasher, U-Legal, making his appearance well known here on the Sydney Dragway pad.
He hasn't lifted yet, Pat.
I don't think he will, to be honest.
Using all of the pad here at Sydney Dragway. Very close to the tyres here.
Almost give him a kiss. All of them off. Give it up for Mick Brasher and U-Legal.
Yeah, wow, Pat. I think that was a minute and a half at wide open throttle. There was probably only a few very split seconds of it not on wide open there.
Right on it. Hats off to that engine builder, I tell you what. All right, quick clean up. Had a fair bit of tyre destruction happening there. I think it might be one sus VP up next, possibly. Can't quite see. All right, plenty of RPM on board for the VP. Give him some support, guys. Might not be a pro car, but he's still out there giving you plenty of entertainment.
That's exactly right, Pat. He's out there giving it a crack. Oh, right up against the wall there.
Nice. The old V6 singing out there. Plenty of mang happening.
It was definitely producing pretty good amounts of smoke, considering it's probably, dare I say, 2,000 horsepower down on the previous car that we saw. It's still doing a very, very good job.
Yeah, it's using up a reasonable amount of the pad. So. And he's been doing skid longer than 30 seconds.
Yes. That would have been too much speed there.
Yeah. Just had a bit of a safety lift on that one. There's got to be another gear in this, surely. Seems to be doing it too easy now. Yeah, the tyre's getting low. I thought the smoke was disappearing for a minute there.
Either that or the horsepower's...
Yeah, the horsepower could be disappearing a little bit too.
I think the heat sink's about to set in, I reckon. There's one off. So Big Red coming back for a second.
Yeah, I believe there was 2 drivers entered for Big Red today. So...
just if one round of punishment wasn't enough.
Why not? Well, it got the first set off pretty quick,
Yeah.
so not too bad.
Think of all that fuel it saved.
Yes. We've got one tyre off on the VP. Working hard on getting the second one.
Yeah, that left-hand side. Hanging on.
The rollback's working well for the smoke. I like the rollback action.
Tell what we talk about the U-Legal staying wide open pretty much the whole time. This driver has pretty much done the same thing.
Absolutely.
Now down on the rims.
That's it. All right, give it up once us VP. Put on a show for you guys.
Must have a very good radiator tank in it as well, Pat.
Yes. Let's have a look. Can we see what sort of radio's in there? It's got to be an eBay alloy radiator. The best kind for a V6 burnout car.
Well, normally we see the top tank expire by now.
That's right, yeah. All right, here's another good one. Big fan favourite. Looks like Dom Lucci, and light him up.
Yeah, wow.
No shortage of RPM and gearing here in the big GDS.
There couldn't have been much there if we didn't tag that concrete wall there, Pat.
No, that would have been a close one.
Dom's got a pretty enviable garage by the sound of it and the looks of it. Now he's got some very tough race cars.
Got some tough race cars. He's got a bunch of junior dragsters His kids are in junior dragsters now. Savannah.
Johnny.
Richard. That's it. Bash those tyres off. Give it up, Sydney Dragway for light 'em up. Dom Lucci. He's giving you one of everything. Blown up tyres, all the RPM, plenty of smoke. That's what we're here for. Nice one, Dom.
Yeah, very well done. I love how they just go back to idle too.
Yeah. All right, looks like we've got the EL taxi down there. Sounds the 4-litre single cam down there. Not real happy about that higher gear. Everyone along the wall just held their breath for a second. Keep it in that lower gear. It's going all right, but the higher gear she's not happy with. Still all effort involved here. Looks like he's committed. He's found a good throw position. Got some good smoke happening. Keeping the RPM up. Wait, there's one. Last tyre is really hanging in there, isn't it, Bushy?
Exactly right, Pat. We saw that in the previous the VP that came out.
Yep.
And one tyre just hung on and hung on.
I think you're probably right about the heat soak as well. The 4 litres sounds like it's getting a little hot. A full commitment from your driver out there. Get behind him, mate. There's some limiter from the old 4 litre. Gonna send it off. I can't see a bit of steam coming out of that overflow tank, so she's not happy about it. He keeps it running. She'll be right. Get it back. Good effort from the old taxi there. All right. Got ourselves our next competitor up in the lane. Plenty of wheel speed on board with that one. It's the VY Commodore. I like this one, Bushy's got the old sun visor on the front windscreen.
Yeah, all those old school accessories. Because they're all coming back in fashion nowadays.
Red wall tyres on the front as well. Yeah. Got to look good while you're doing a skid, right?
Yeah.
Got to look interesting.
We certainly see plenty of interesting combinations when it comes to burnout cars.
Definitely no shortage. One coming up soon, actually, the little Mazda Ute.
Yeah, they're not a big car to start with, but he's taken about 3 feet out of the wheelbase.
Thought it gave up the ghost for a minute there, but it's still firing the pipes. Oh. As she said, no more. That's it. That's it. We might have had a bit of a mishap. Give him some support, guys. Came out there, put a show for you guys. We'll get the quad to get him back into the pits. Be back again in no time, no doubt. It's all on show here. It's in debt. Plenty of limiter action. moving all around the pad.
Big RPM on board so far for this skid.
Nice, going to cruise on past the wall there. Here goes one tyre. Is that 2 off, Bushy?
Sounded like there was a definite pop there.
Yeah. Just got to make sure that there's nothing left on those rims. There's going to be nothing left of those valve springs either, I reckon.
No. Due for a change.
Yeah.
Just saw the tyre carcass roll in the gap between the tyre and the wall there. Don't have to worry about the wire in it once it's off the rim completely.
Yeah, it's fine. Good way to protect your guards.
Correct.
And if you don't start with a rear bumper, you don't have to worry about blowing it off. Pro tip.
Yep. Well, I think Big Red, we're going to see the rear bumper off that one pretty quick.
Yeah, I reckon.
It did look pretty second-hand when it went under us
I
here.
reckon. Give him a round of applause, guys. That was one mean skid. Parole. Right, up next, we've got another Commodore. Get wet.
Nice entry speed into the pad. Well, a little bit of fire.
Bit of fire happening under the rear guards there.
It's turning into a lot of fire, actually, Pat.
See, it might sort itself out. No, definitely not sorting itself out. That's going to be a toasty VY Commodore at the end of this skid.
Yeah, it's out both sides.
Yep, both sides. Putting on a show, but let's make sure we don't end up with a bigger drama there.
Well, the concern is obviously the fuel tank is right there too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, even if it's got a cell in the boot, there's still a lot of temperature. Give it up for him, mate. He's putting on a show. Nice one. See if you can fire it up. See, no problem, mate. Little fire, put it out, keep going again. It's all good. mean, you can't just leave the tyres on the rims, you know.
I just wondering whether the fuel line is rubber or is it hard plumbed at that point?
Well, let's hope for at least Teflon braided hose, right? Yep.
Did I see more fire?
Yeah,
there?
it's on
Yes.
fire again. Yep. It's definitely on fire again. I can't say he wasn't giving it a go.
No.
Yep.
1000% for the effort.
Absolutely. It's only a little one this time. It's all right. That's it. Round of applause. Get wet. 2 fires, 2 skids.
Well, could you say that he did get wet if it was?
Well,
it wouldn't have been a water.
Maybe needed to.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a water extinguisher though. I'm pretty sure.
No. All right. Looks like we got Big Red back around for a second driver, second skid.
Our little Mazda hasn't come out, Pat.
No, it's just sitting up the back there. It's, I think I can see a green.
Yes.
Green VY Ute maybe, and then the Mazda Utes at the back there. Maybe asked to go last. Who knows?
I'm very interested to see how quick that thing turns around.
Pretty quick, I reckon. What I'm interested in seeing is whether or not it turns around in the chute on the way into the pad,
yes.
or it waits until the pad.
You'd have arms of steel to turn it around in the chute, I'd imagine.
I don't think it would need much at all, because the wheelbase is so short. It'd just do it by itself, right?
Yes.
Yep. Very good. All right, just going to throw a bit of kitty litter down there just to make sure we don't have any other fiery action happening. All right, we're good to go. Let's see Big Red come out again for his second skid of the day. Gone for the reverse entry. Whoa! Two close calls on that one.
I was waiting for it. There was a big moment of silence. All the people on the wall stepped about 3 metres back as quickly
on the
as they
initial
could.
tip in, I was like, oh, this could go wrong. He managed to gather it up twice.
Spun. The first loop was right on the kitty litter that was left there from the previous run.
Gathered it up now, just slowed things down a little bit, but no shortage on RPM and limiter. The breeze has sort of died down a bit. We're losing the car in the smoke from up here.
One off, I think, by the sound of it, Pat.
Yep, I agree with you there. And we can see the remains of it coming out the back of the car. There it goes. That's 2 off. 2 from 2 from Big Red.
So he's done 2 sets of tyres in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, not bad. There must still be some rubber in there somewhere.
He's just shaking off the rubber that's on the inner guards.
That extra bit, yeah.
Yep.
All right, Sydney Dragway, give it up for Big Red. A pretty decent skid for this VYU, Bushy.
Yeah, definitely, Pat. Plenty of RPM. Good amount of smoke going on.
Been moving around the track pretty well. Bloke can steer. Oh, she's cried no more. Get it up.
Had the feel, didn't necessarily want to get the tyres off.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough.
I guess if you think about it, how much work you save by not blowing the tyres off.
Yeah, if your car's pretty, you know, like if it's in pretty good shape, the bumper's still on there with the original clips and all that sort of thing, it's all the one colour. It's nice to keep it that way sometimes.
Yep, definitely. Well, it makes it easier getting on the trailer, everything like that as well.
Exactly.
That's just me thinking logically.
All right, so I think we've still got the little Mazda Ute down there. There seems to be a bit of work going on, maybe.
There's a few bods around the engine bay.
Yeah.
Which, let's face it, the engine bay takes up about half the wheelbase of this car.
Yeah, that's right. There's not much outside it. I reckon it's probably got a tail shaft about 6 inches long.
Just about to say that. Yeah, that's from end of yoke to where it bolts onto
just enough room to get 2 unis in there. What do you think, Bushy? Is he going to get it fired up, or are we going to call it quits? Oh, door's been pulled closed. The crew's moving on away. It's moving under its own power.
It's a
Here we
good
go.
sign. I thought he was going to go for the extra long run in there.
Yeah. Top speed dip in. Nice one. All right, one last burnout for you guys. It's a little Mazda Ute.
Instant tyre smoke. Very narrow vehicle as well, this one.
Yeah. Look how short it is. That is insane. He's right on the limiter. We've got all of the gear happening. Next to a motorcycle, probably the smallest burnout, smallest diameter donuts.
Yes,
that you'll see.
Nice tight circles, like a ring of a tree. How Failing to see it in the smoke here, Pat.
Can't see it at all.
We can certainly hear it.
Here it is. He's emerged. There goes one tyre. Looks like two. That's all the tyres.
Absolutely destroying the chunks of rubber going everywhere.
Give it up for the little Mazda Ute, guys. It was worth a wait. All right. And that will bring the on-track action to an end here at Aeroflow Race for Real Sunday sessions featuring Clay World. A big thank you to all the people that decided to come along and support our sport and our passion. We love seeing you in the stands. We can't wait to see you next time. Big thanks to the Kong crew, Clay Wong and his crew, putting on such a big VIP show and shine display. Big thanks to all the supporters that came out today. Big thanks to the track staff doing a great job. Make sure you enjoy the rest of the long weekend here in Sydney. We've got another day to relax and recover from a big day at the track. So make sure you have a great time. There is still, I believe, some awards to be handed out as part of the Clay World promotion. So if you want to hang around for that, you can check that out. But otherwise, be safe, and we will see you here next time at Sydney Dragway.